Hello everyone. Hi, how you doing? Hope everybody is doing just fine today. I was going through the raids earlier in Final Fantasy XIV, and so if I ever break into song from here, it's probably because I have the most unhinged shit stuck in my head. Because of course I would. It's good to hear that, Ralph. Hey there, Ralph. How you do? Oh, you said you're doing good? Okay. I obviously can't read either. So that's a bit of a debuff when I'm trying to play, visual novels, but, I'll be fine. We'll make it fast. I think we're coming up on my affiliate anniversary, too. Affiliversary. So that would be fun. But, it was just, like, my 2 month, like, 5 days ago or something. Which, I would, I'd say something cheesy, like I bet it's been longer, but no, it doesn't feel like it's been that long at all. It feels like it's been a little bit shorter than that. I haven't had that many breaks, to be honest, though. Except for when Dawn Trail launched, I had like a 4-day break from streaming. That's like the longest I had gone without streaming to that point. Oh great, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, so, if I get knocked out, you know what happens. You're here, but you need to have stream muted because of raid. But it's Tuesday. It's not Thursday. You don't raid on Thursday. Or Tuesday. But alright. Do what you need to. I actually looked up some of those mechanics about, like, does it count as a viewer if you're muted? And it does. But only if that is the top page on the screen, essentially. So it still has to be in focus. You can't be muted and in another tab, because then it doesn't count as watching the stream. So I've been like trying to help out my friends sometimes by like having multiple streams open at once. And I need to have at least either the volume or the video showing at any given time. So that's something that I recently learned. So I had to change up my strategy a little bit if I was going to try to help my friends. 1 second, let me send a quick message here. There we go. But yeah, so today we're going to be doing more Please Be Happy. I'm not sure if we're going to like finish today. There's a lot of stuff that we have to get through today. If we're going to finish today. So I don't think we will, but in case we do, Highway Blossoms is ready to go. I think it's more likely that we finish on Friday with like an hour or so left or something. Just because of, I know there's so much still in the game that we still have to do between Silver and Juliet. Mr. Kim still has stuff, and Alina still has stuff to do, and we still have Junggin's ancestor to talk to, and so there's so much to do, man. Yeah, I'm in the middle of chapter 4, so I think it's gonna be like it's 7 hours until the ending of the game. No, I'm in chapter 4 right now. We can pull that up here if I tab on in.
Shall we pick up where we left off?
Shall we pick up where we left off? Yeah, see, we're like day 14 in chapter 4. I don't think I'm gonna get it done today, but oh, we're at 86% completion. I don't think we're gonna finish today. I think we're gonna be pretty close to finishing, and I think that on Friday we'll pick this back up and probably finish in an hour and go straight to Highway Blossoms. At least that's my thought so far. I don't foresee us completing this entire arc in 5 hours, but it could certainly be done. I'm warm. That's the first thought that comes into my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth my bed covers, but there's something else. Something different. I groggily open my eyes and look around, but nothing appears any different. When I roll over onto my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. That's when I realize the source. My bead is what's causing it. Not only has the glow gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I do, it feels as cool as ever to my fingers. There's something else that's different about it, though. A crack runs across it, so thin I have to rub my eyes several times just to be able to see it. I could almost mistake it for a hair or something, except I can feel that it's not. When I put my fingertip over the tiny fracture, my skin tingles, almost like a static shock. I can tell, either by instinct or touch, that the crack isn't surface level or caused by some damage. Instead, it comes from within, from something trying to get out. My heart starts to race, obliterating any lingering sleepiness. It still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon, it'll be time. Jono, Sky Fox. My instincts tell me that's my destiny, even if I don't know what it entails. I have mixed feelings about that, but mostly... Okay. I'm excited for what it could mean, or I don't want my current life to change. Did we even have this option the first time? I don't remember this option. But for Miho's sake, I would personally say I don't want my current life to change. Yeah, I don't recall this option either. I don't want the current life to change though, because I think Miho really wants to make sure that Juliet has a reason not to go down to the underworld, right? And part of that reason is her being here and, you know, having these people that she can that rely on her and that she relies on emotionally. And I think I'm gonna go bottom here. That thought doesn't really make me feel excited or hopeful. Instead, it feels like another outside force pushing or pulling me along without any say in the matter. My life has become more uncertain, even as it's got more routine. Aspen and her memories, Juliet in the underworld, me and my magic. It's all so much. I hate to admit it, but a part of me misses the simpler days of my life. Even if they weren't easy, even if survival was a struggle, at least they made sense. Now I spend so much time wondering, worrying. I know half-truths without knowing why I know them.
It's too early for all this.
But I remember the scene from Chapter 4 previously. I don't remember the choice. Maybe there's another choice that I made at a different point in Aspen's story that I won't make in this part here. Not that there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things for too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get up and out of bed. For a small relief, the warmth of my bead is dissipated, like it wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs, where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor are breakfast or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it is pretty odd. I go back upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across the chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet, though. I try her bedroom as well, but it's also empty.
Juliet?
I call out her name, but it just echoes around the empty building with no response.
Weird.
This is weird, but I have a feeling Juliet's going on some variety of self-discovery quest at the moment, because she's being so torn between the underworld and the overworld. I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. She must have gone out somewhere. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove to make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times that it shouldn't be too hard. I prepare some eggs and toast, the same thing we usually have.
Not too bad.
The steaming meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes, but it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery, and the toast is more like slightly warm bread, but I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it. Me too, Amiho, me too. As I'm finishing up, I feel something buzzing near my side, and it takes me a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish that out to see that I have a message from Juliet. Good morning. Are you awake? Yeah, I made food. I'm sorry I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Sure, on my way. Typing out Easter message is slow going, and judging by how long it takes Juliet to respond, it's not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time. Still, it's a surprise to hear Juliet's up on Mount Victoria, especially at this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out why soon. After cleaning up after her myself, I finish opening up the library and then head over to the mountain myself. Josh, you put the word myself twice in the same sentence. I can't forgive you, man. It isn't hard to find Juliet at the top when I get there. Her parasol stands out over the heads of other early morning hikers as she waits for me on a bench.
Morning.
Sorry, I've just been like refreshing myself on like certain techniques of writing and stuff, and like certain mistakes to avoid. Oh, okay, we got our first band right there. First band hammer. Get your cheap viewers out of here. Sheba Cat. That's a lovely name, though. I can't believe a bot stole that from somebody. I actually feel bad for that. Now I want a Sheba Cat.
Hello, Miho.
I sit down beside Juliet, and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade too. I have to be my own moderator today, Ralph. Because someone is reading.
I woke up and was surprised you weren't around. I didn't think you'd be here of all places.
When I left this morning, I had only intended to drop off the documents I finished preparing last night. But by then, it was nearly sunrise, so I thought to come up here and enjoy that. Sorry for falling asleep so suddenly last night. I appreciate you taking care of me, though.
That's fine. It was nice to be able to do something for you for once.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that was just bringing you a blanket.
Not just for once. You bring me joy just by being around.
Yeah, but it's a matter of vulnerability. I nuzzle against her, not caring that we're in public.
Still, it seemed like a weird time for you to fall asleep.
Yes. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, I must admit. I catch a few hours here and there when I can.
Crack at my neck.
I noticed. I've been hearing you around the house more often. Do you know why?
This and that. A lot on my mind.
I see that side eye.
I know what you mean. But hey, you said you finished your research project, right? So, you'll be starting a new one now?
Actually, I won't. There haven't been any new requests.
That means we can do our honeymoon.
Really? I thought you had tons of
Oh,
them.
thank you for the stretch. We be honey. Okay. Yeah. It's more time for them to spend together.
I've been working through my backlog for a while, but I just finished the last of them.
You didn't even get a suggested moan out of me. You got me stretching and then immediately going into song.
Oh.
I feel like I wasted your channel voice. Juliet and her research just go together in my head. But I know it's hard. Oh, I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on.
You'll probably get some new ones soon, right?
Perhaps.
There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Especially if she's thinking about leaving soon, it would make sense for her not to want to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. Juliet stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple of coins into the device and then press my eyes to it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize a lot more now than I did before.
What do you see?
There's the skyport. That one's easy to find.
Where?
And there's the bell house. Hi, Aspen.
Hi, Aspen.
I can see some of the gardens from here, too. They're really pretty even from this far away.
I step away and gesture towards Juliet.
Wanna look?
Juliet hesitates for a moment, but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out, but Juliet maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington.
How about you? What do you see?
She's quiet for a second.
There's Diana's house, where I just dropped off those papers this morning. Close by is a park where she used to take her children to play. They're all grown up now, though. We're lamenting that together.
Juliet must be incredible at parties.
Oh, Heaven Sent is a flower shop that used to sell the most beautiful bouquets. I can just see their roof from here. It's since become a restaurant, but I recognize the bright blue on top.
I was gonna say, if it's a flower place, you should find, what's-her-face from Star Rail.
What else? Braylin Primary, just near the library. That's where Cassette went to school. There's also...
With a whir and a click, the binoculars run out of time, and Juliet moves away from that.
Oops. I suppose that's that. That was quite nice, though. I haven't seen several of those places in many years.
Glad you liked it.
Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Oh, hey there, Kimmy, how you doing? Welcome back. We're in chapter 4. We're probably not gonna finish this today, but we're hoping for less emotional damage today than previously. We'll see if that's gonna happen or not. It's already it's not promising for being a low emotional damage day. Something suddenly makes sense to me. Something I should have expected, but now only now understand. She saw Wellington that doesn't exist anymore. One that I could never see, no matter how long I looked.
Well, I do believe I should be heading back. I'm sure I'll be itchy from all this sun, even with the shade. Will you be accompanying me?
Juliet's just one of those people that can make any conversation suddenly much more somber than it previously was. Which is not to say that she is not an interesting person, but she has a habit of making everything a little bit sad. But I think it's also unavoidable because of how many generations she's just seen everything that she enjoys die out and be replaced by something else, you know?
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully expected alongside what I just realized. That's twice in a row I managed to make her feel bad by accident, even though I know I didn't do anything wrong. I had planned to tell her about the new changes to my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would be just another thing to weigh on her mind. I slip my hand into Juliet's as we walk. Even with the subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Oh, we're going straight to Lena. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and I always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. That entire thing was just one sentence. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they also have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, Watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December and more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props and handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. That was another kind of like run-on one, but also this is a dangling participle otherwise, so we kind of have to have it. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop with that. I'll stop critiquing, or I'll stop making sense of the run-on sentences. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being part of this at first, the more time I spend at the rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. And even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Jesus Christ. It sounded like someone was, that knock sounded like it was in the room, man. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst up from my spot on the door, where I have been dozing.
What the?
Silver, why you do this? Oh, I hear some thunder outside, so I can't guarantee that I won't disconnect at some point, so just be aware of that. In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect.
Silver?
I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on a branch of a nearby tree.
What are... How did... Why not just use the door?
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps up on the branch, plummeting towards the ground below. Catch the corner of a cocky smile is a nice alliteration.
Hey!
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled in the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs to go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The street lights and lamps stand lit, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of the town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is just about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm, and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling for her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you. Mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike. To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus.
Whispering.
Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there's something else that I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver SMHs her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer. Just like me. In all that time, any choice I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let them pass me by. I never had any idea of what I might be missing. Any chances I might have had to do something different or chance to change something, I just let them pass me by. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. Yeah, because Aspen and Juliet they are masking their feelings in some level, but like, Aspen and Juliet aren't lying about their intention so much. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it, that was dumb, even for me. I hold up my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaws shut before I make things worse. For a moment, her face softens, and she looks torn. She dispels that by shaking her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too. One of my friends had done that to me early on, too. But I don't think she'll hold it against me. At least, not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late. Her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. And if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
Oh, you will. I don't yell, but I don't whisper it either. Pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip through a new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Working isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Well, you know what Jill uses in Valhalla, the other visual novel, to stay focused. She has a porn magazine subscription. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through almost all of them by now, practicing each leather hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to the kids section of the library anymore. I think back to my first time coming here when I scoped that place out before trying to steal Cosette's painting. It was a dumb idea either way, but I could never have guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here in the library that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, that seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place, though. Now, what's hard to imagine is not having a library. What it would be like to walk out the doors for a final time and never go back. It seems as unbelievable as all other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know it could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glance through the list of names written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. There's a little spider hanging out in front of my monitor here. Rip Bozo. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens and I look up to see a familiar face.
Hey, Aspen!
Aspen waves as she approaches the desk.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was going to have to call her soon just to check in.
You're not working today?
No. In fact, I even asked to have my hours cut back a bit. I need all the writing time I can get.
Are you still trying to find a publisher?
Unfortunately.
Okay, so in this timeline, she didn't go with that publisher that really burnt her out, but she's foregoing she's forgoing the promotion that she could have gotten, it looks like.
It's not all bad, though. I haven't gotten any outright acceptances yet, but I've had some interests at least. One editor gave me suggestions for how I could make my manuscript stand out more, so I've been furiously making revisions. I finally told my boss that I'd have to decline running the new store. I simply don't have the time for it right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
No promotion.
I'm glad your writing's going okay, though.
Me too. Regina was also understanding. Disappointed, but understanding.
This really is the hell timeline.
I actually came up here to do some writing since it's been a while. I take it Juliet's gone to bed already?
Yeah. After breakfast, like usual.
Tell her I said hello later, please. How are things going for the two of you?
What do you mean?
I mean, you've been dating for a few weeks now, right? How's that going?
Oh, it's good, I think.
That's the least confidence I've ever heard from somebody who's newly dating somebody. She raises her eyebrow. I know, right?
You think?
Well...
Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet potentially leaving, or how that's been on both our minds. I promised Juliet that I wouldn't tell her about it either. Seeing me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit.
Would you like to talk about it? Not that I'm much of a help when it comes to this kind of thing, but if you have to think about it for so long, then clearly something is amiss.
I thought you were gonna be busy writing.
I'm not so busy that I can't listen to a friend's troubles. But you don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to.
If I have a choice, I'm saying I'm gonna talk to her about it.
No. It would be kind of nice to talk about it, I guess. Although, there's some stuff I can't tell you.
That's fine. I understand. Would you like to go back to the dining room for a bit more privacy?
That sounds good.
Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at the table.
So, what's eating at you?
Clearly not Juliet.
I don't know where to start.
More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise, but it's also more than just the uncertainty that's been bugging me.
Let me try then. Do you like dating Juliet? Yeah.
That one's easy at least. I was gonna say, that's an easy answer.
Good. And I hope you don't mind me asking, do you think she likes dating you?
I'm pretty sure she does. She says so, at least. We hug and kiss each other a lot, and spend time together when we can.
What do the two of you do together?
We go on walks sometimes. I even got her to hang out with me as a bat for a while, too.
That sounds nice. What else?
Damn, that thunder be
We
rolling
still have breakfast pretty much every
outside.
day. And sometimes I sit with her while she works. And I read a book or something.
Honestly, the best kind of relationship is one where you can, like, just sit together while somebody else does something different. Like, you shouldn't have to be expected to always be, like, super engaged with one another. Just being able to share a space together is a good thing.
That's good too. Although you already did those before you started dating, right?
Yeah, that stuff hasn't changed too much.
Is there anything else you'd like to do together? Do you ever go on any actual dates? To the movies, or out to dinner, or anything like that?
Nah, we stay at home most of the time.
Aspen pushes her glasses up with one finger, wriggling her nose like she's studying something.
I think I'm beginning to see the problem.
You are?
I mean, I'm hardly an expert when it comes to matters of the heart. I've just read a lot of books about it. But it sounds pretty clear that you're wanting something more out of this relationship, right?
Potentially.
Something more? Like what?
I don't know.
Head
That's up to
empty.
you. Affection, attention, reassurance, whatever. But if you have to think about if things are going well, or if Juliet feels the same way as you, then that sounds like something's missing.
Yep. Thank you for the head empty. Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet, but sometimes it feels like we're just friends.
I guess you might be right. I don't really know what's normal, though. Or what I should expect. I don't think she does either.
I think on the affection front, Juliet is certainly a lot less affectionate than Aspen, so it makes sense that. But also, Juliet doesn't open up about her vulnerabilities as much. She struggles to be vulnerable with Miho, and vulnerability can mean space to be vulnerable in a good way too, like being able to be that affectionate and trust somebody and all those things.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as normal. I just think that whatever you have should make you feel more confident and satisfied, not less. That's simply common sense.
Yeah, maybe.
Have you expressed any of this to her?
Nah. There's a lot of other stuff on her mind. Besides, like you said, I don't even really know what else it is that I want.
I think you do, even if you aren't aware of it.
Huh?
I mean, listen to yourself. You want to feel more secure in your relationship, right?
Mhm.
That's a perfectly normal thing to want, too. I'm sure she does have a lot in her mind. She's Juliet. but I should think that her girlfriend's well-being would be near the top of her priority list. Dating someone is supposed to be about give and take. Even I know that much.
What do you think I should do then? Everything you're saying makes sense, but...
No buts. I just think you should talk to her. Whatever secrets you two have going on in the background, I'm sure they don't change the simple facts. And the fact is that if things are going to work out for the two of you, then she's going to have to put in effort as well.
Yeah, they need to have a conversation about that vulnerability.
I'm sure she couldn't disagree with that.
I guess you have a point.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I was just looking at my water bottle and I was thinking I should take a drink of that. And then you slapped me with the hydrate. There we go. Oh, whoops, I think I skipped that last line. Although I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying to make her not want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. See, that's where a therapist might tell you, Miko, and, you know, I'm not going to say it, make any presumptions, but a good therapist here would tell Miho that what she is thinking Juliet may react, or how she's thinking Juliet may react, is by taking it unreasonably. She's assuming Juliet will be unreasonable about her reaction. And if everybody thinks about what the most unreasonable response is to any action, or any, like, confrontation, I should say. Essentially, if you need to assert your needs, and you're always thinking that the person on the other end is going to be unreasonable in their reaction, you're going to deprive yourself of the chance to assert your needs because you're essentially thinking that they're going to be oversensitive about it. And it's like, one needs to assume somebody is going to react rationally and understandably about these things. And if they don't, that's a different matter entirely. But most people won't react as badly as we think that they will. And that's a hard thing to stop thinking, right? That's a difficult step to make, is to start assuming that people will be rational with their decisions, but it is a step that's important to take if you're going to learn how to stand up for yourself, advocate for yourself, etc., etc. Assert needs. Bring this all up to Juliet. Oh yeah. But I can't deny that one way or another, something has to change. Yeah, and if asserting Miho's needs is making Juliet want to leave more, then that's not a relationship that they should be in. But I can't deny that one way or another, something has to change.
Of course I do. Even if it's just that talking things out makes
Are you making the
better.
bottom fingers
If they
because...
don't get better, then that's a resolution unto itself.
because you have difficulty asserting your needs? Is that why you're making the bottom fingers again?
You both have to want what's best for yourselves and for each other. Hopefully those will line up, but if not, then you're just going to keep feeling this way.
Look, take this as therapist advice, right? You have to assume that, I mean, unless you have a reason to believe that person is going to act irrational based on patterns, you should assume, or it would behoove you to assume that someone's going to react rationally, or maybe a little irrationally, but not super irrationally, right? It's kind of the thing, like, what's the best thing that could happen? What's the most likely thing that would happen? And what's the worst thing that could happen? And if we always focus on the worst thing that could happen, we're missing out on all the times when the best or the middle option would happen. Right? And that's, like, That's important when you're learning to assert your needs to people. And asserting needs is part of the path to, like, autonomy and getting over internalized shame or, you know, what have you. Because it tells you that you are someone that's worth asserting your needs. You know, it tells you that your needs are important and that other people will respect them. And most reasonable people will not react poorly if you tell them, like, I have these needs and I at least want some compromise. If, you know, you both want what's best for yourselves and for each other, yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how you feel, beyond confused, but I can hardly imagine it's pleasant.
It's not all bad. I really do like the time that I spend with her. I like that we can just be together without saying or doing much. I just wish that wasn't all we did.
That's your nightly Vina slaps in, like, DBT skills into the chat. Right there. Me slapping the chat with the DBT skills that they need.
Tell her that. If there's one thing I know for sure about Juliet, it's that she's good at listening. It's up to her to learn how to respond.
Yeah, Juliet's an excellent listener.
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of scary, but it shouldn't, right?
Well, she shouldn't say it shouldn't, because it can be a scary thing, because it's a high-risk relationship. Once you've entered into that kind of, I don't want to say a covenant, but when you've entered into that kind of contract of it being a romantic relationship, it's high risk from then on out, but also it's something that needs to happen more because it's high risk, right? The communication and asserting of needs needs to happen more the higher risk of the relationship is. So yeah, it actually could be scary because it's high risk.
I think it's normal.
Yeah, like what
After
Aspen's
all, we've
saying.
only been together a short time.
It's normal to be afraid of failing that way.
But if you're in love, if it's meant to be, then you shouldn't be afraid to be open with her about your feelings. That's the only way either of you can grow.
Yep.
That makes sense. You sure do have a lot of good advice for someone who's not an expert.
I don't really need to be in this case. Besides, I know the two of you well enough to get how things turned out this way. That's why I think it will be all right in the end.
I mean,
too.
to be fair, pretty much everybody knows communication is key. It's just that not everybody can follow their own advice.
I hope you're right.
Because then when it comes to themselves, there's too much anxiety, there's too much shame, there's too much guilt, what have you, and they start to act irrationally. You know, everybody does that. But yeah.
Thanks for talking with me. And for everything you said too.
Pretty much everybody understands the communication is key in a relationship bit. But a lot of times it takes somebody else echoing it back to us to really internalize it in the moment and to get out of our own thought patterns.
Of course. I'm glad I could help. I want things to work out for the both of you.
The conversation finished, and with Vina slapping 15 minutes of talk in the chat, Aspen sets her writing stuff in the kitchen, since the main room is too crowded, and brews herself a pot of coffee. Streamer stalling. I go back to my seat at the front to think about what she said. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that the notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think of them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from trying to do the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff, and then split up to think about it on our own. Then, when we do spend time together again, neither of us bring it up. I've been that way because I don't want to bring the moon down or spoil what could be good times. It's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Maybe it would be better to just get it over with, painful or not. Maybe it would help us both make up our minds too. Even if the conclusions we come to are the ones I'm afraid of. It's not like delaying them will make them any less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later, and start thinking about what it is that I want to say. Oh, we got Mr. Kim! Let's spice things up with our favorite fisherman. Despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought that all the standing around was boring. Now I appreciate it. Now I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also pass out enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, and sometimes I catch nothing, but either way, I enjoy myself. Carrying the rod Mr. Kim gave to me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. It feels like it helps me keep my mind set on what I'm doing. Plus, the fact that he gave me something so important means that I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all different kinds of bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species, too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me he tries to get to know the fish and the sea. There's still much more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area, so there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted, too. I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot I can do to prepare. I'll just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't even know how many other people will be out hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around when we'll finally get our chance to land him. Okay, not much Mr. Kim, but we got a little bit of Mr. Kim. I don't know. I've had good experiences fishing. Yeah, it is like, it's kind of brain off, head empty in some ways. Because you'll just sit there for a while doing nothing, but yeah. I think the biggest thing that I've caught is like a, it was like a 11-inch smallmouth bass, I think. Kind of a big boy. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. The last few patrons around say goodbye as they trickle past me out the door, and I give an absent-minded responses as I go. Aspen left some time while I was out. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands, but my thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming from down the hallway. I spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I want to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day that I'll feel like this. That's absolutely fucking true. Aspen said I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case, it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship, for better or for worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potentially life-changing moments by now, but my heart is still racing. All I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some of the papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen and make myself a cup of tea. I need the I need the RuneScape text to appear over her head that says, nothing like a nice cup of tea. I found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. I still don't like the taste on its own, but with enough sugar I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heating up the water, scooping the leaves, watching it steep. I imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. It's very Uncle Iroh of her. I sit at the table and sip my drink, unable to do much beside that. I consider going and watching TV, but I know that I wouldn't be able to pay attention. So instead, I sit and wait. After what seems like forever, I finally hear sounds from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer and give Juliet some time to properly wake up. Wiping my palms on my legs, I count the seconds away. When it feels like... Oh my god. Hi there, Pi. I'll be your queen bee, honey bee, lovely. Yep. That fucking song is the most unhinged thing so far. Shit. And I can't get over it. We're not bringing Uncle Iroh into this? Why shouldn't I bring Uncle Iroh into this? I love Uncle Iroh. Am I gonna make you too emotional? When it feels like it's been long enough, I stand up. Before I go upstairs, I refill my mug and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet again as well. Again, the simple process helps me focus on something else for a moment and clear my mind. Brave soldier boy. Once cups are ready, I take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for just a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock.
Come in.
Oh, I'll come in. What about leaves from the vibe? I step inside.
Good evening, Miho. I was just about to come down and see you.
Hey, I made you some tea.
I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a smile. Can we play Paicho now?
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
You know what episode I'm talking about? I think I do. I think I know what episode you're talking about, yes. I just nod, taking a seat without being offered.
Can we talk?
Juliet stiffens. Oh, now I have to do the tongue click again, don't I? Whenever Juliet gets stiff. Probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it then. It's this or freak out.
Of course.
Yes, her natural expression is just that. There's a little shake in her voice, too. That makes me feel a bit better, somehow. She doesn't say anything else. Juliet pulls her chair out from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago, when we both sat here and she told me of the underworld and asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has an idea of what it is I want to talk about. I would be surprised if not. To give myself one last second of preparation, I take a long drink of tea, centering myself around the warmth and aroma. Then I set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away.
Aspen came by the library this morning to do some writing. She said she decided not to take that job at the
That was the worst possible timing for the ad to pop up. Somehow I managed to get exactly on the dot, hit the enter button and the ad went off. Oh well, it's okay, I can stall a little bit. Let me take a drink of water real quick. It's okay, I can stall for a little bit. Oh, thank you. Be lovely, be honey. Wait, shit, I did it backwards.
We talked for a while, and she asked some questions about us. About you and me, I mean. She asked how things were going between us, and I told her I don't really know, basically.
Juliet's eyes widen, and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue.
She could tell that something was bothering me. I didn't tell her you might be leaving, just to get that out of the way. I kept my promise about that.
Yeah. Tell Juliet is feeling the exact same thing.
She asked me some other questions, though, and helped me realize some stuff. Some stuff that I've been feeling for a while, but didn't tell you. Because I didn't want to bother you when you already have so much on your mind. And I was afraid that if I did, it might be another reason to make you want to leave. But talking with Aspen made me realize that if I don't tell you, then it's just going to make things worse. So I spent all day trying to think about how to say it, but still couldn't figure it out. Obviously.
Still silent, Juliet is so motionless as she listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I take a deep breath, looking away from her face.
Do you love me?
That's a question and a half. My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea to steady myself.
Oh, Miho, of course I do. I do love you. I hadn't meant to make you question that.
Juliet whispers too, almost sounding strained. Her hand twitches like she's going to reach for me but stops herself.
I love you too.
This time my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the imminent pressure of tears, and it's all I can do to keep myself from crying.
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that's why. That's why.
Don't do this. 2 tears roll down my cheeks as I look into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well.
That's why I don't want to have to ask. I just want to know. We say it to each other, and we hug and we kiss, but it feels like that's it. I know we said we didn't need to use certain words or do certain things, and that's true, but sometimes it feels like we're still just friends, like nothing's changed. I like being with you and just doing nothing, but I don't want to always do nothing. And to do things you want to do too. I want to have fun with you, not just make you less sad. Sometimes I don't even know if I do that. It's not just that you want to leave. I get why you do. But even if I go with you, would things be any different? Or would we still be like this?
The depression never ends on this playthrough.
Because I don't want to keep wondering. I know we haven't been together for very long, but I don't want to keep feeling like you're only with me because I asked, or for my sake. You're always doing things for other people. I love that about you. But I couldn't take it if this was one of those things. Right now, that's how it seems sometimes.
Somehow, I manage to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. How great you are, Miho. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene, a tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me all day, getting calmer. I've said what was on my mind, so now there's no taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake, and I can hear her trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor to scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's an awkward position and not very comfortable, but it's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation, and the rise and fall of her chest with every breath, while I wait for her to be able to respond. She let me say my piece uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though I stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess.
Miho,
I reach up and take one of her hands, wet with tears.
I don't even know where to begin. I suppose I should start with what's most important.
Juliet stands and I stand with her. Like when we danced, and several other times after that, we face each other just a few inches apart.
I love you, Miho. I truly do. So much that it scares me. And I've let that fear hurt you.
God, Juliet's VA.
I'm not young anymore. From the outside, I've seen so many relationships begin and end. I've had dalliances of my own. I know the volatility of the heart. So, to find myself falling for you so quickly and so deeply, I didn't know how to respond to my own feelings with anything other than doubt. We spoke of this before, with Aspen in the gardens that night. I thought that I could be the kind of friend I said I would. Closer and more vulnerable. I did mean those words, believing that that kind of friendship was enough. Yet even as I promised to be more open, I was already setting new boundaries in my heart. I knew of Aspen's feelings for you at the time, even as I was aware of my own beginning to blossom. When you came to me and asked about love, I expected and even wanted you to accept Aspen's confession.
To protect herself.
And while I would never, ever have wished for her to forget you like she did, the pathetic relief I felt when you told me you had decided not to return her feelings was indescribable. Over the coming days, as I began to suspect that you might feel the same way about me as I did about you, I found myself of two minds, hoping I was right and hoping I was wrong. Even as I told you that pain and heartbreak were unavoidable parts of connection and relationships, I could feel the sharp sting of hypocrisy in my throat. The words I spoke were true, and yet I had sworn myself away from those things. The thought of being with you was euphoric, and the thought of someday losing you was crushing. Those are both still true as well. That night by the sea, when you said that you loved me, I was so happy and so afraid. By remaining somewhere in the middle, I thought that I was protecting you as well as myself. What a fool I was. All I've done is hurt both of us more.
Juliet's VA is too good. I can't wait any longer. I pull Juliet toward me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her, wrapping my arms around her again. I hold her as tightly as I can, like I'll never let her go.
I'm sorry, Miho. I am so sorry for making you feel this way for so long.
It's okay. Really. I wouldn't have said all this if I didn't want to make things work.
Thank you. I'll do better from now on. I promise. I really promise this time.
Juliet's lips find mine, and we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. But it's the start of something exciting, just like when we first shared our feelings with one another. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends our kiss, but she only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is a disheveled mess, but somehow, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful to me.
I love you, Miho.
I can't help but smile in response.
I love you too.
I don't doubt her words at all. When Juliet and I finally said our goodbyes for the night and I went to sleep, it was with a much lighter heart than the last few days. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how to get to the nature preserve where her friend took the bird, and she walked me through how to reach a shuttle that will take me there. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up, and I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seemed like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast of my own since I slept in. Then, once I'm ready, I take the short walk to the stop where I can get on the shuttle and ride it the rest of the way there. The driver takes us in the direction of the Pale House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush out the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn I've never taken before, and soon we're going through the areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. By the way, do you think the depression's done? Absolutely not. Oh no, there's more pain coming. As I get my first whiff of clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. You do not need to feel your emotions today. I'm sorry, I'm flushing out your limbic system right now, guys. You know those drinks that are supposed to cleanse you of toxins and whatnot? I'm taking this time to hurt you so much it cleans out your limbic system. As far as we can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest, grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river. You are the only exception. Is a river that winds through the heels? Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink. Gotta stop myself before I get the giggles. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. See, if I was a professional book reader, I couldn't have those kinds of takes. Time is money, friend. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. I miss traveling to new places. Oh, I chose this one last time. Do you guys remember? I miss traveling to new places last time, so I'm gonna say I'm glad to have settled down now. It reminds me of my days in the wild, running free. You'd prefer the physical pain, but wouldn't we all? Actually, no, I don't need any more physical pain than I am already feeling right now. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for the ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are tons of places it could be. That doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I knew the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide, too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Maya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. Oh, that's it. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do, come from somewhere far away like I do. There are kids, too. Human kids with their teachers being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I asked some of the guides and instructors if they know who and where Maya is. Some of them have no idea who I'm talking about. Some of them know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Amaya's got a nice voice.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it. I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him too.
We're all hurting inside, thanks to this story.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it would be alive, that it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there, surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, we have relationship problems, the bird is fucking dead. Today is starting out great.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right and it just isn't enough.
You, the warriors of darkness. Fucking quote that gets me every time.
I don't think that's destiny personally. That's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya said pretty much the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver wanted to let it die, and Amaya who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean it can't, though. Even if nobody sees it, nobody else sees it, that bird was still as alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it, and think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. I'm still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. That's what she said about the bird earlier in the story. I spend a few hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus a forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it all helps me feel better after hearing about the bird. At least it got to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back to where I came from, then walk the rest of the day to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of the day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep, when there's a knock at my door. 3 knocks, like always.
Come in.
The door swings open and Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleepiness disappearing in an instant.
Good evening, Miho.
Hey.
She welcomes me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The 2 of us go downstairs and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both her spots on the table.
How was your visit to the nature preserve?
It was really nice. I had no idea there was a place like that in Wellington. All those trees. It was even more impressive than the gardens or Mount Victoria.
Nice, but it was dead.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Were you able to find your bird?
Well, kinda. I found Amaya at least. She told me that the bird passed away.
Oh no, Miho. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know they did all they could to help it. All of us did.
That's what matters.
I think I'll go back sometime. Just to look around. I feel like I could spend days there and still find new things.
I'd like to go with you sometime. It's been years since I've gone to visit myself.
That sounds great. I'd love to see it with you.
I had a quick yawn. With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while she leaves hers untouched.
It's a date then.
It's a date.
I was also wondering if you might accompany me somewhere tonight as well.
Oh, sure. Where did you want to go?
Well, as I'm sure you know, tomorrow is Halloween. It was always Cosette's favorite holiday. It's also a day to honor the dead. Every year at midnight, I go to lay flowers at her grave.
Juliet just has a way of making every conversation difficult. I reach across the table, offering my hand, which Juliet takes.
Of course I'll go.
Thank you. I thought perhaps we could leave some flowers for Zhongying as well. Only if you want to.
But it is I think leaving flowers for Jiangyin as well, it's a very poetic way to come full circle on chapter 3.
I'd like that. I'm sure they loved flowers. I know I do.
I'm sure they'd be grateful to receive them.
Some human traditions and rituals still seem foreign to me, and not something I'd think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted though, like holding hands and drinking tea. Once we both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, beginning the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to a patch of wildflowers where she picks some to leave for Cosette. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the clothes Zhongying was wearing when I first met them. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out this late. We pass by houses with lights off and curtains drawn, and shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invisible and secure, Although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore, I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides, sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cosette's, even though it doesn't look much different than the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of a simple memorial. She stoops down and wipes some of the dust away from the nameplate and leaves a bundle of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a small ribbon that she brought with her and held in place by a small rock. Then she steps back to stand beside me. I don't say anything, but silently take her hand again. She squeezes tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away as the reality of death and human mortality hit me. Now, knowing what I do and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love and so much of her life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent them. Juliet clears her throat and, still facing Cosette's grave, begins to speak.
Even now, so many years after Cosette passed away, still surprises me sometimes that she's gone. When I wake up, I half expect to hear her laughter from the hallway, or see her reading in the library, or find her shoes by the back door. I'm holding on to these little memories, these little pains. I thought I could keep her alive in my heart. There's no one else left to remember her. The way her laugh sounded, the books she enjoyed, the clothes she preferred. So I clung to those memories, for fear that they would cease to exist if I didn't. I've told you, Miho, how I've tried to live to honor Cosette, by doing my part to create the kind of world she dreamed about living in. A world of kindness and hope. Believe it or not, that was easy. Any pain or trouble was acceptable so long as it took me closer to that goal. Until one day, it wasn't. At the time, I thought that helping you was just another step down the path I had chosen for myself. But as time went on, and you blossomed and learned to live, it made me realize that I had reached a dead end. I had spent so long striving for this new world, and I forgot to appreciate the one around me. And when I realized that, I felt trapped. Were I to stray from my path, I didn't know where it would take me. My world wasn't there anymore. Not just Cosette. Not just the people we knew. Technology improved. People's lives improved. And everything moved forward. Everything but me. All I could think to do was run away. As I always have when faced with a difficult problem. Whether throwing myself off for the world or refusing to face a life without my daughter. The only direction I've ever been able to move is backwards. Last night, when you told me that you wanted to do the things I'd like to do, for me to take the lead more often.
The ads are always when Juliet's having an emotional breakdown. But, yeah. It's a difficult scene.
Being with you is the first thing I've wanted for myself in a long, long time. To the point where I'm not even sure how to do that.
Okay. Finally, Juliet faces me, just like last night. Just like in the library, just like so many other times before. Thank you for the hydrate.
Can you show me?
Can you show me how to move forward?
Yeah, that's a hell of a line. I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I can feel every beat, and know that she can too.
We can figure it out together. You already helped me with that after all. After I found out Jungin was dead, I felt the same way. Like I didn't know what else to do with my life, or with myself. If you think about it, by searching for them for so long, I'd been doing the same thing you were all this time.
True. Both of them, I think I said this earlier in the playthrough, that both of them are stuck in the past, and both of them are used to running from everything because they don't have a good way of dealing with it.
But it was because of you and Aspen that I decided to stay in Wellington. The two of you showed me how to keep going, even when I didn't know where to go. And how just because they aren't around anymore, that doesn't change what they did for me. I wouldn't be here talking to you if it wasn't for them. So I'll always be grateful for that, even though they've been gone for so long.
I turn to look at Cosat's grave beside us. It would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly.
It's the same thing with you and Cosette. She made your life great, and I'm sure you made hers great too. I didn't know her, but from everything you've told me about her, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to hurt or feel sad about her all the time. I'm sure she would have wanted you to smile when you think of her, and to find lots of other reasons to smile too.
I think my first playthrough I said something to the effect of, you know, the dead, like Cosette, they don't want us to live in pain. Juliet also studies the Moonlight Grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette the person, or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. After a long time, she nods.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you're right. I'll never stop loving her. Or missing her. She lived a wonderful life, and died a peaceful death. She'll remain at peace forevermore. But I'm still alive. And it's time that I acted like it.
Amen,
To
Juliet.
make a new life for ourselves here. One step at a time. Together.
Right. Together. You're not alone anymore. Neither of us are. I just have one question though. You said here. Does that mean that you'll stay?
Yes. Maybe someday we'll go. But I want it to be because both of us want to. Not just me. There's plenty of time for
That's
that in the
art,
future.
Juliet.
Right now, I think I'd like to learn to enjoy Wellington again. To see it the way you do. Fresh and exciting.
I like that too.
Relief washes over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her, if that's what she really wanted. But I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After that tonight, it feels like I can finally relax, without worrying following me around. Julia and I are still together, and we're not going anywhere. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we will handle it, because we have each other. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward, and place the flowers that I brought for Jongin on the ground beside Cosatte's grave. They're a little bit smushed, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scattering the bundle lightly to the winds. I think that's alright too. I'll never forget about Jongin either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my own path, the one I walked for decades. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then, and about the new adventures that I'm sure to have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited for me as I am. I'm sad that I never got to thank them properly, but just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living my life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Juliet and I stay quiet for a little bit longer, both reflecting on everything. Finally, she puts her arm around me and gestures with her hand in the direction we came from.
Well, shall we be getting back to the library? I imagine you could use some rest before tomorrow evening's activities.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to go if you are.
Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze while mine are spread further and further. She smiles at me.
Yes. I think I'm ready.
As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
Yay, no repression for a few minutes.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper in my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them with big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot. Thanks a bunch. Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me gently.
You can't do that.
It's like it's sacrosanct. The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I was really going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or 2, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
Great. I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself, too. It isn't long before the next batch of kids shows up with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. Jesus, so loud. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, I feel less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. You can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins, and in the end, we managed to go through all the candy that Juliet brought. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
Man, I love Miho.
For Welly, maybe.
Welly?
But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
More candy for you.
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the 2 of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stopped walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. Curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kid snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like somebody climbed across the bed. A few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room, as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here. Except for
My scroll!
that little piece of paper. The only belonging that I really care about is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. That fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces, dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I forced myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it, but the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of your usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Of course I did! Give me back my scroll!
I keep my distance but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky, the trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I might as well be blunt.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to me like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase around here. So she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes. Then she faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
It's called empathy, brother.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal
Exactly.
or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way.
Sorry, took a chance on me and now I got another song stuck in my head today.
I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it. Jeez, you're bringing that back up again. Holding my necklace where I can see it. Both Silver and I stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash-thin crack appears, and then another. For a moment I half expect it to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, the bead feels heavier than normal, too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. SMHing her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle. So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these worms. Is there?
There's somewhat of a secret to them. Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령.
Subakanyang.
Please be happy.
She did it. She dropped the title.
What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
Subakanyang. Ganyang. Subakanyang, yeah. It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, she can read it just like that. Silver, who says she cares nothing for people in their lives or culture? I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. That shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Look at her. Look at that little thing. Her usual dignified and threatening pose is gone as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I SMH my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else.
Yeah, but your head empty enough that I believe you.
You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those worms.
It kind of is.
You achieved that by yourself.
The glow is kind of the more happiness that Miho finds for herself, the more it glows. So she's not wrong in it being related to it, but it's not. But the fact that she never knew what it said, yeah, she's right about that.
Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. The rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you, though I can understand why you walk it.
I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not?
I don't
Are
believe you.
leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes. Look at that. Look at that blush. Look at it.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Best tsundere. Silver SMHs her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she'd typically transform and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye, Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walks towards me rather than away, and comes to stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder, just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all I can see is a disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my school, there are a few new priests from where Silver held on to it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use 2 hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny, all this time spent not knowing what they said just to find I've lived by them all along. Or at least, I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me. But like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. Chapter 5. Small Wonders. We did it, guys. We survived the 2, I was gonna say we survived the 2 chapters of, like, straight depression, which is like 10 hours of gameplay. Oh my god, I know we're on the upswing now because I at least know that Silver's ending is good. And I know some of the things that are to come, but like, I don't know what the Juliet ending specific things are gonna look like. Yay, began chapter 5, got the achievement. November passes through with much... Sorry, I can't read, oh my god. Also, hi IRG Pie, I hope you're doing well. I hope the 2 pies in chat get along today. November passes without much trouble as summer gets closer and it grows warmer outside. Life in the library is the same as ever in a lot of ways. Mornings are for breakfast with Juliet and the days are spent working or with my friends. Juliet occasionally stays up late so that she can help out around the library more and get to know the patrons better. Aspen comes by when she can. Am I still crying? No, we're good. Aspen comes by when she can, sometimes only staying for a meal and sometimes spending the day with us. Where's the oiled up Juliet twerk scene where they hold hands? That's in chapter 6. I had to check to make sure the model's not crying still because during FF10 it stayed crying for like 2 hours. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween. It's over a month by now, but I'm sure she's still out there somewhere. It's the evenings that have changed for the most for Juliet and me. We spend more time together and not just at home. True to her word, we go for walks more often, or out to dinner, and to other fun places too. We still spend plenty of quiet time with each other too, of course. The days are getting longer and longer, which means more sunlight for her to avoid. The whole month goes by like that, and so does the start of December. Before I know it, we're just a couple weeks away from the end of the year. I look out the window of the nearly empty shuttle as it takes Juliet and I out of Wellington. She sits beside me, reading quietly. The view outside is new to me, and watching the busy city streets gradually turn to a nature-lined highway keeps me entertained. I'm glad for the sights because we'll be traveling for a couple of hours. It's a long way to the edge of the world. Around the time it comes too dark for me to see very well is when Juliet tucks a bookmark into her novel and closes it, peering out into the night beside me.
It's not too much longer, I think. I don't remember for sure, though.
It's alright. I'm having a good time. I don't mind long rides when I'm not stowing away in a cabinet or something.
That was how you first came to Wellington, right?
Yup. Although, I think
Yeah,
I
take a
had about
drink
as
real
much
quick, don't mind
legroom
me.
as the other passengers did that time.
Here we go.
This bus is pretty comfy, though.
Indeed. I'm glad it runs through the night. Last time I made this journey, I flew.
As a bat?
Yes, it's been that long.
Yes, like, what else would she be flying as?
I'm not sure I could run that far, even as a fox.
Most people walked back then, which could take several days. I much prefer how it is now.
Me too. Even though it's my first time.
There are a handful of others on board the bus with us, most of them with bags or other belongings close by. We're probably the only ones who plan to be returning to Wellington tonight. We make a few other stops along the way, and somebody gets off at each of them, until it's just two of us and the driver who remain.
Going all the way to the edge?
Oh, we're edging today,
Yes.
buddy.
We won't be descending, though.
Been a while since I've gone that far. You're heading back after, then?
Sounds like, it sounds like a little Jaja, doesn't it?
We intend to. I'm saying goodbye to a friend. Will there still be shuttles operating in a couple hours?
I'll wait for you. Otherwise, you could be sitting around all night.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. We'll be there before too long.
Although I'm pretty sure it's the same voice actor as Mr. Kim. The farther we go, the narrower the roads start to become again. Is that Charm? The trees and foliage also thin out until they have practically disappeared. Finally, the shuttle pulls into a small, unpaved lot. Juliet leaves her book on the seat, and the two of us disembark. There, under the moonlight, I get my first look at the overworld's edge. A metal fence runs along the abyss, seeming to stretch forever in either direction. It's similar to the one at the top of Mount Victoria, but much taller. Out beyond the fence is the open air, and nothing else. Just pure, endless nothingness. More stars than I've ever seen in my life decorate the sky. It's windier here than it is in the city, windy enough to be loud. A short footpath leads past a small empty building. Grass covers area where we are, but fades into the dirt and rock not too far away. Is there an elevator down to the underworld? The Hellevator? The path ends at a small entryway that makes the only gap in the fence. It's nicer than the rest of the area. I can't imagine the lift itself has changed very much since Juliet first arrived here. A shadowy figure stands there, waiting for Juliet. I gently nudge her forward.
Take your time.
Thank you, dear. I'll try not to be too long.
I watch as she strides ahead, meeting with Ezekiel in the shadow of the arch. I knew coming out here that their conversation would be between them alone. I want both of them to be able to say whatever they want to with each other, without worrying about me eavesdropping. Besides, I'm more interested in exploring. While the two of them talk, I decide to look around. I head over to the barrier. It sits right at the edge of the void, close enough that I can peer over the side. There's not much to see, though, only stone and darkness. The underworld is down there, far, far below, but it's invisible from here. I wonder what the view is like during the day. Probably the same, but with the blue sky instead of black. It's an interesting take on, like, the literal precipice of death, like death's door, in a way. That, like, death's door is the door to an elevator down to the underworld. It's an interesting reimagining. You know, and you were saying, Sharon, earlier, like, the proverbial crossing of the Styx is, like, through a man-made structure like that. It's an interesting interesting take if you think about it from a symbolic point of view, or a metaphorical point of view, I should say. Nowadays, most Fable travel between the overworld and the underworld on much faster elevators or use magical means. There are even airships that go up and down between the two. This is the first lift that I ever heard of that's this old and slow. I doubt there are many of them left anymore. Still, it's not a surprise that this is how Juliet's friend would want to return. It probably exists for people like him, who are old enough to remember how things used to be. I've heard that on some of the overworld's other edges, oceans spill over the sides like a waterfall, or towns are built on smaller shards of floating stone. It's a little boring here in comparison. I'd like to see the underworld at some point. I'm not sure that I want to live there, but maybe I'll change my mind when I go. I'm sure that Juliet and I will visit it together someday. Now that I'm not dreading the thought of leaving Wellington behind, I can appreciate the idea of moving castles and magic forests more than I could before. I walked for a while, following the rail so it's impossible to get lost. It turns out that things aren't any more exciting further along, though. Just more grass and dirt. Eventually, I go back in the direction I came from, and it's not too long before I hear the distant sound of the lift departing. When I get back to the starting point, I find Juliet standing alone as the lift slowly descends. I walk to her side.
Ah, there you are. I was wondering where you'd gone. Thank you for waiting for me.
Of course. I just walked for a bit, but there wasn't much to see. How'd it go?
You know, whenever a book or story of some variety pulls out the underworld, for example, or a phoenix, or whatever, you gotta start drawing the connections of what are they saying on a. What is the undertone here that they're trying to say? Not the thing that they're actually saying.
We said what I expect will be our last goodbyes.
Mm-hmm.
He goes eagerly to a well-deserved rest.
And this is like it's a very interesting, like, metaphorical death scene here.
How do you feel? Are you okay?
I am. I'm grateful for everything. In the end, our paths diverged, and we're both going our separate ways without any regrets.
Ezekiel himself, though, is almost metaphorical for the devil in some weird way, where he approached Juliet and was like, make a bargain for me or die alone, essentially. But it's interesting to see that in the end, like, Ezekiel, it sounds like somebody who's a positive influence on her life and not the metaphorical devil. I don't say it, but I'm sure Juliet is thinking the same thing I am. Ezekiel is her last tie to her former life. Her former lives even. Now it's just her and I, and the infinite possibilities ahead of us. From here on out, the future is what we create. Linking hands, we look out at the stars together. They twinkle and shine just for us.
Can you see the stars from the underworld?
Oh, now it's like Yellow by Coldplay.
Not like this. Not so bright and bold and infinite.
I'd miss them if I couldn't see them anymore.
As would I. As would I.
As one, we return to the waiting shuttle and the long ride back to the library. By the time we arrive, both of us are exhausted. Lately, we've been on the same schedule more often. Not just so she can spend more time at the library, so we can be awake at the same time too. She has to take midday naps every now and then to make it work, but that doesn't seem to bother her so much. Before we can go inside, Juliet stops me with a gentle touch. There we go. She turns to me and I gaze up sleepily, just as she leans in to kiss me. Even through the layers of fog settling on my clearly layers of fog are settling in my brain, I'm able to appreciate the softness of her hands and the warmth of her lips. I'm reading your comment about the doorways between life and death. In my D&D... Oh, there was the back of a card. Jesus. That's a good one. In my D&D campaign, I actually like to consider the door, like death's literal door. And I tend to show people on the other side what they want to see. I put my own hand on her shoulder to steady herself and just to feel closer to her. When she pulls away, we still remain close together.
Thank you, Miho, for going with me today. And for giving me a reason to come back.
Thanks for making me want to stay.
Love her eye from this angle.
I'd like to go there with you. Someday.
But what's with the blush?
But... right now?
My now turns into a big yawn. Juliet smiles.
I agree. Right now, let's just get some sleep.
When I wake up for breakfast, I find Juliet frowning in the kitchen.
Morning! What's wrong?
Although, Ralph, we all know that on the other side of, death, there's like hitting your head on a brick, and then you get isekai'd into a new life in a, like medieval romance game or something. So we all know that's how death actually works, or at least I'm gonna pray that's how death works. Truck. She has the fridge door open and is looking into it intently.
Good morning. It isn't a big deal, but I could have sworn there was still half a block of
Half
cheese
a
left
block?
that I was going to serve with breakfast today. But now I can't find it.
She's a fox, not a rat.
Did you have it for a snack?
Nope. Maybe we ate the rest of it yesterday. There was cheese on our sandwiches for dinner.
That must be it. I just forgot.
It's okay. I'm fine with toast and eggs like always.
I like eggs with cheese though. It's hard to beat.
Coming right up.
While Juliet prepares the food, I make us some tea. Juliet still does most of the cooking, but tea has become my responsibility a lot of the time. I like it because it gives me a way to help contribute to our meal. I've been cooking for myself sometimes, although Juliet's food is still way tastier. You just ask or get run over by Chuck. I'm not gonna, like, try to isekai myself, okay? Alright, I'm not intentionally gonna isekai, but if I happen to get isekai'd into Please Be Happy, maybe that won't be the worst thing in the world. Naturally, breakfast is good, even without any cheese. Once we're done eating and just sitting together, Juliet reaches over and takes my hand.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be
Oh, thank you for
answered.
the hydrate.
A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm. They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives.
Hell
She
yeah,
said
brother.
that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Zhongying was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, that they had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhongying. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. but I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America,
Not
so
why
our
I'm
times
American-ish.
are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
I regret not doing Dawn Trail on stream because the entire 4th zone now just like talking like this, yeehaw, let's go kind of thing. Although now I have, you know, Sid and Final Fantasy X to yeehaw about now, so I'm okay with that.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I hope she responds soon. I'm gonna be thinking about it all day.
If I hear from her earlier, I'll let you know right away. For now, let's go open up the library.
Right.
Juliet and I both go up to the front and settle down for another day of work. Around sundown that evening, I grab my fishing pole and make my way to the waterfront. It's finally time. This morning, I got a call from Mr. Kim saying that the King of the Ocean has been spotted close by yesterday and that he should be passing by Wellington tonight. After months of waiting, or a whole year in Kim's case, we'll get our chance at seeing the legendary fish. Down by the bay, there are a lot more fishers out than usual. Some have tents and chairs set up, while others have only brought their gear. Mr. Kim is waiting on the pier like usual.
Good to see you, mijo. Feeling lucky today?
I sure hope so. It's packed out there.
Sure is. Tonight's one of those nights that we fishermen dream of.
How long do you think it'll be until he gets here?
Hard to say. There's a whole network of folks who watch the waters all up and down the coast, and they'll give us a ring if anyone spots him. But there's no guarantee that he'll be close enough to see. Sometimes he passes through deeper waters before coming inland somewhere else.
So, what you're saying is we could be here all night?
It's a certain possibility. Sleepiness has ended many an angler's quest to spot the king. If you have to go early, I'll understand.
Are you gonna stay out here the whole time?
If that's what it takes. Or if I hear that he skipped over us this year.
I'll stay too. I've waited this long to see him. I can't just give up at the end.
That's the spirit. I've got coffee
you have, like, a
and
scar?
black tea to help keep sleep away.
Aw, look at this. I love Miho. We walk to the end of the pier and sit down, keeping our rods close by. The setting sun makes for a beautiful sky that I tilt my head up to admire. Mr. Kim does the same.
Mother Nature sure knows how to paint, doesn't she?
Oops, sorry. It's a little chilly, especially out here on the water, and I wrap my arms around myself to stay warm.
If we don't catch him this year, will you try again next year?
Them ears are huge, man.
Of course. And again, and again.
What if we do get him?
I think once is enough for me. Beyond that, I'll just be getting greedy. You can bet I'll still be out here, though. Even if I'm not fishing for the king.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep trying for as long as you have.
Oh? Why's that? It's easy. You just start, and then you don't stop.
Yeah, I like playing this game.
I'd like to catch the king, of course. But I've come to enjoy the waiting just as much. It's something to look forward to.
He's like edging the fish.
If I miss him, I'm disappointed, of course. But it just means that I get to try for another year.
When I first started fishing, I thought all the waiting around was pretty boring. I kind of get it now, though.
There's an understanding between us fisher folk and the sea, I think. It's give and take on both sides.
What do you give to the ocean?
Time. Patience. Like any friend, it needs attention for your relationship to grow. Whether that's cleaning up garbage from the shores, or teaching someone to appreciate the joys of fishing.
The two of us sit together for hours, trading stories about the places we've been. Mr. Kim tells me about the Korea he comes from, and I tell him about mine. He even pulls out a thermos of mayuntang, spicy fish stew for us to share. It's as delicious as the dinner he shared with me a couple of months ago. As the evening winds on, a lot of the fishers waiting by the shore gradually get up and go home. I guess they must be getting tired of waiting. Mr. Kim and I have passed some of the time by fishing for other things or walking around to give our legs a break. As twilight starts to come to an end, my ears twitch, picking up the sound of distant shouting. It starts off far away, probably too far for Mr. Kim to hear. When he notices me tilting my head to listen, he walks over. The shouting starts to get louder as it gets closer. It's not one person yelling, but a chain of them. The message being carried along the coast.
He's here! They spotted the king!
All up and down the beach, the fishers are hopping to their feet and casting their lines. Some of those who are in the middle of leaving hurry back to the shore.
He's here!
Mr. Kim's voice echoes along as he passes along the news to people on our other side.
Let's go, mijo!
Both of us cast our lines out, and I lean forward to try to get a glimpse of the fish himself.
Where is he?
He could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
Mr. Kim shades his eyes with one hand to search around, and I can see other fishers doing the same. I wonder how far away from here the king was actually spotted. With how many people are waiting for him, the news could have come from pretty far away. The ocean looks the same as ever to me, lapping gently across the pier where we're standing. Occasionally someone reels in a normal fish, but nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly I notice something sparkling on the water, several meters away from where we are. At first I think it's just a trick of the light, but then it moves, disappearing and reappearing a little bit closer. I tug on Mr. Kim's shoulder to get his attention and point.
Hey, is that?
Sparkling disappears and doesn't resurface. Both of us watch with bated breath, ready to start reeling at the first sign of a bite.
There!
Mr. Kim stabs a finger towards the sea and I watch the spot he's pointing at. Sure enough, I see that light again. This time it's close enough to see the vague shape of the fish, but not near enough to see clearly.
The king!
The glittering fish slowly comes closer, moving in short bursts. Sometimes it dashes off in another direction, then wriggles back towards us. Finally, it comes into view. The king of the ocean swims out in front of us, 4 long whiskers streaming from his face. His scales are the shades of beautiful blue and purple, but shine with other colors too as the sunlight hits them. He's bigger than any fish I've ever seen, but still smaller than a person. Swimming just below the surface, his top fin sometimes breaks through the water. I get a good glimpse of his big eyes as he passes by, and the sparkle disappears as he dives down deeper on his way.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed! I've never seen him that close before. This must be my lucky day after all.
Even though he didn't stop for us, my heart races with the thrill of seeing the king at all.
That was worth the wait.
He was so far out that I bet a lot of the fishers on the shore didn't get to see him at all.
Glad you think so. Well, I wonder where he'll be.
Mr. Kim cuts off mid-sentence as we both see the same thing. The sparkle of the king's scales reappears near the pier. The king comes closer and closer, then dives down again and disappears. Mr. Kim and I look at each other. I hold my breath as if moving could spook the fish. Seconds pass, then a minute. Then I feel a tug.
I've got a bite.
Reel it in, mijo!
I try, but the fish on the other end is fighting back. I have to hold on tight to avoid having the fishing rod yanked out of my hands.
I need help.
Together. Mr. Kim comes to my side and grabs the handle too. Both of us work together to pull and reel, and slowly I feel us start to gain ground. The two of us brace ourselves and then pull as hard as we can. With a huge splash, the king breaks through the surface of the water, dangling from the end of our line. He hangs there for a moment, looking at us like he's judging us. The two of us stare back in silent awe as I realize something. The king let us win. After only a couple of seconds, he opens his mouth and spits out the lure, freeing himself and plunging back into the ocean. This son of a bitch fish. All that remains are the ripples, and in a moment, even those are gone too. Other fishers who saw what happened started to gather around, congratulating us and cursing us. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh, while I try to stay to the side to avoid as much attention as I can. It takes a while for the crowd to disperse before finally leaving us alone.
Well, Miho, we did it.
Yeah. I can't believe he came back to us.
Maybe he didn't like the look of what they were serving farther up the shore. Either way, thanks for helping an old dream come true.
I ought to thank you. Besides, we reeled him in together.
Not serving enough cut up shore.
That we did. That we did. My wife will never believe it. I guess that's what I get for exaggerating about the size of some of my past catches. That's alright, though. You and I will both know the truth.
Yeah. Plus the 7 years of good luck, right?
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it'll only be 3.5 for each of us, though.
That's a good deal.
I'd say that's more than enough.
Yeah, me too.
The sun has finally gone down by the time Mr. Kim and I pack up to head home. Before he climbs onto his bike, he gives me one last wave.
Well, we won't be preparing for the king, but will I see you down at the fishing spot again?
Of course! I've still got a whole lot more to learn.
That's the spirit. Until next time, Miho.
See you later!
New old friends landed a legendary catch with Mr. Kim. That's a good time, actually. Take a quick break, I think. Since it's exactly halfway through stream. So I'll be right back. Just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Because after this, we're hopefully going to have less depression than before. I'll see you in a second. Alright, Gucci, I'm just grabbing myself some water here before we go. Anyway, hope everyone's night has been going well so far. If not, hopefully, a little less misfortune will befall us now. We have 3.5 years good luck, okay? And probably another, I don't know, another few hours, like 5 hours or so of, like, the goodness, the good shit. Let me reset my chat real quick on my tablet here, because it looks like it's a little behind at this point. Or like the video was falling really far behind. There we go. Let's take one more little bite here. Got pasta salad. Alright. It's not a great pasta salad, I'll give it that. Not very good. I could use more, maybe like a olive juice, or it, you know, it could use that kind of acidic taste more. It's not acidic enough, really. Later that night, I find myself lying awake, looking at the ceiling. Juliet's out running some late night errands, so I'm home by myself. Tomorrow I'm going to talk with someone related to Jongin. It's kind of hard to believe. Juliet told me around dinner time that she'd heard back from the person she had emailed, and set us up a time for us to chat. I don't know how much more she'll be able to tell me, since they're only distant relatives. Still, anything would be nice to know. I hadn't been expecting to learn much more about them at all. As I'm lying there, thinking about what I'll ask tomorrow, I hear a muffled thump from the kitchen downstairs. I sit up. It's a little early for Juliet to be back. Maybe she forgot something. That doesn't seem likely, though. I move silently as I get up and leave my room. I'm out of practice when it comes to being stealthy, but some things just come naturally. It's dark downstairs, just like when we left it when we closed up for the night and went to bed. I tiptoe over to the kitchen, peeking into the darkness. Juliet's not there, nor is anything else out of the ordinary. I look for what could have made the noise, and finally notice Juliet's parasol lying on the floor. It must have fallen over and hit the counter or something as it did so. But what made it fall over? Suddenly, the door to the fridge swings open, all on its own. Light shines out of it, revealing nothing. I pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Right before my eyes, an apple and half a sandwich I made earlier float off the top shelf and into the open air, and the door shuts behind them, bringing back the darkness. What the fuck? The apple and sandwich float out of the kitchen towards the front of the library, turning the corner and disappearing into the book room. Last time it was a fucking dog. What is this? I swallow. Some kind of magic's clearly at work here, but I don't know what kind. I consider going upstairs to get my phone and call Juliet, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Quickly but quietly, I follow the same direction, poking my head around just in time to see a food float behind one of the far shelves. I take deep breaths as I move towards it, feeling my old fight-or-flight instincts kicking in for the first time in months. Crossing my back to the shelf, I slowly peer around the corner. Who are you? Sitting on the ground with her back against the wall is a young girl. Her pointy ears mark her as some kind of fabled, rather than a human. She has the apple in one hand and a sandwich in another, and a raggedy blanket beneath her. A fucking magical elf? She takes a noisy bite of the apple, smacking her lips as she chews, followed by a noisy bite of the sandwich. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't a kid. I jerk backwards in surprise, so startled that my shoulder bumps against the bookshelf, causing a couple books to fall on their sides with a heavy smack. You cheese-eating little jackass. I whip my head back around to see the girl drop an apple in fright, her eyes going huge. I step out in front of her, about to ask her name or what she's doing. The girl's scream takes me by surprise too, and in an instant she disappears from sight. 1 second she's there, and next she's not. She's the dog, you know?
What the?
Or the replacement for the dog. I hear footsteps and feel the air move as she rushes past me, and I realize what's happened. She can turn invisible.
Hey, wait!
I reach out in the direction I think she is, but grab only empty air. I don't even know what I have done if I somehow caught her. Running towards the front, I arrive just in time to see the front door open and close immediately as she hurries outside. I follow, throwing the door wide as I go. As I step out into the front porch, though, I know she's already gone. Smell, use your fox. Studying the darkness, I look for any sign of her, but don't see or hear anything. For all I know, she could be right next to me. I consider calling out to her, but I'm sure she wouldn't believe anything I have to say. What would I say? Judging by the blanket, she was probably planning to sleep in the library. The spot she chose wasn't too far from the one I picked when I was going to do the same thing. The missing cheese from this morning makes sense now, too. How long has she been doing this? It's possible that other food has gone missing, too, and we just didn't notice. I don't know how old she is, but it's clear that she's just a child. Does she run away from home or something? Does she not have one? It's a comfortable night out, without any threat of rain, which is a relief. But I know that even the best night outside doesn't really compare to having a roof over your head. I stay out in front a little while longer, but of course she hasn't come back. Or at least, she doesn't show herself. Eventually, I return to the spot where she was hiding. The apple lays on its side, already turning brown in the one spot where a bite was taken. Cheese, tomato, and mayonnaise stick to the floor where the sandwich fell apart, with a slice of bread nearby. I clean everything up, tossing the dirty food into the trash. Then I make another sandwich and grab another apple, wrapping those in a paper towel, just like when I took some food to Silver. I also grab the ratty blanket. It has holes running through lots of it and doesn't feel very warm to begin with. I fold it up and go back outside, setting it down the edge of the porch along with the food. Then I return to my room. From my bedroom window, I have a clear view of the path to the library. I watch it for a while, waiting to see if the girl returns, but she doesn't. Maybe I scared her away for good. If I'd been in her position, I probably wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Eventually, my eyes get heavy and lie down. And I lie down, settling into bed. Wherever the girl is out there, I hope she's able to get some decent sleep. Juliet's waiting with a smile to greet me for breakfast.
Good morning, my love. Did
Aww.
you sleep well?
Oh, that's okay.
Morning.
That's so much better.
Actually, you'll never guess what happened.
I tell her all about the events of last night. As I expected, Juliet seems more concerned about the girl's condition than she is about the stolen food. Worry crosses her brow as she serves us her meal.
Did you see a blanket with food on it when you got home?
No, I didn't. So I suppose she must have returned at some point then.
Yeah.
I look around the room. Once again, it's possible she's right here with us, but not revealing herself.
Maybe I'll see her again. If I do, what should I say?
I'm not entirely sure. I can only imagine that a child who has to steal food is living with difficult circumstances. But without knowing what those are, it's hard to say how we could help her.
So Miho and Juliet have a daughter.
Or if she even needs help.
That as well.
Well, it's perfect actually, because the gay couple of Aspen and Miho, they have their child, which is a dog and 2 cats, and then the gay couple of Juliet and Miho have an actual child and no pets. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't read that. From the moment I stood upright, I had my survival instincts to keep me safe, and I was able to adapt to my new life as a thief. Oh, whoops. I missed this one here. Of course, Juliet goes straight to offering assistance without even having to think about it. That's basically where my thoughts were headed too. From the moment I stood upright, I had my survival instincts to keep me safe, and I was able to adapt to a new life as a thief pretty quickly. It's impossible that this girl has been living the same way for a long time. Or it's possible that this girl has been living the same way for a long time, but still. She's too young to have to.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. If I do see her, I can try to learn more about her. At the very least, maybe we can find out where she came from.
My reading ability is going down and down every
Yes,
stream.
I think that would be for the best. I'll keep an eye out as well. On a lighter note, this arrived for you yesterday.
Juliet retrieves a small envelope from the kitchen counter and hands it to me. She must have gotten in from the mail this morning. I take and look over the names. It's the first time I've ever seen something addressed to me.
It's from Cello!
Juliet nods happily. I'd forgotten all about my promise to keep in touch with her. I'm glad she remembered. I use a nail to carefully open the envelope and then slide out the folded paper inside.
Dear Ms. Miho, how have you been? Life here in Amarina has been very busy ever since we got back from our trip. First of all, you and Ms. Juliet might be glad to know that we got a perfect score on our project. Even our teacher said that she learned a lot about Wellington. It was a little embarrassing to put on a play like that, but I had fun in the end. I think Pippa did too, although she would never admit it. And of course Armand had a great time. He can't stop talking about how he'd like to visit Wellington again. If you see him arrive on the library's doorstep, please take good care of him.
Pippa is going to grow into a wonderful tsundere.
For some reason, he and Pippa only seem to be able to remember Ms. Juliet. I guess that probably doesn't surprise you, though. I promise that I won't forget, at least. Since coming back to Amarina, I've been trying to find a special place that makes it feel more like home. Although I'm still looking, I've seen a lot more of the town than I would have otherwise. I still miss the ocean, but I'm learning to love the rivers and canals more. If you ever come to Amarina, you'll have to try riding one of the gondolas. Usually I prefer
You have gondola
swimming,
date?
but being on
With
one of the boats
Graha
is
too?
nice too. One of the companies that runs them even has a cute cat mascot, and he'll let you pet him if you're nice.
Aww. Curious as to how she remembers but others don't. I've been told it's because, well, part of it might be just sort of unexplained, but that cello is supposedly a reference to a previous character in one of their stories. And how she remembers, oh Jesus. I don't know the exact details of that, but it's probably got to do with her fabled magic.
I hope that you're doing well too. I'm looking forward to hearing about anything exciting that's happened. Please say hello to Ms. Juliet for me, and Happy New Year to both of you. Your friend, Cello.
We love cello around here. When I'm finished reading, I tuck the letter back into its envelope so it won't get damaged. You know, I had several pen pals actually. One of them was from Norway, and she loved metal music, which is like very stereotypical. And she sent me a lot of Norwegian money that I have somewhere around here. And then there's one in France who did a lot of like Lolita themed cosplay and stuff. She was a character. Then my German girl who I'm friends with on Facebook. And I know there are other people that I talk to, but those are the main three that I can remember the most as being the most influential. Taking a bite.
She says she's doing good. They got a good grade on their project. She also wanted me to tell you hello and Happy New Year.
That's very sweet of her. I'm glad to hear their play was well received.
Me too. She also said she's starting to like the town she lives in more too.
Well, there was also a school project, pen pal thing in like second grade, I think. And I want to say my pen pal in second grade was he was from Peru. I want to say Pablo. And he was nice, but he like never got back to me.
Having some time away probably
It is
helped
what it
give her
is.
a bit more perspective. It's nice that she's finally settling in.
I put the letter safely in my pocket so it won't get damaged. I'll write her a reply when I can. Our food has gotten a little cold because of all the talking, so we eat quickly before it gets much later. After that, it's time to start work and the rest of our normal routine. Between my upcoming call this morning and the mystery of the hiding girl, there's a lot on my mind, and I'm sure on Juliet's too. Still, even though the hours passes slowly, I make it through another day until it's almost time for my call. From a free game called Cerulean. Cello is from a game called Cerulean? When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get up on her computer and then lets me take it to my room. Get set up on her computer. Lets me take it to my room. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly, and then I wait. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. The tiny person-shaped bubble on the notification dissolves, and for a second there's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. Then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello! Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
I'm Minsa. No problem. Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money. I'm still a bit confused, though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
We love Misha around here.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
What other kind of foxes are there?
After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin. You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
He's very personable.
Sure, that works for me.
I'd be like super awkward
Let's see.
at first.
Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing.
I do the
They
bottom
didn't have any
fingers.
kids of their own. But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids. They were part of the Young Bun class, a noble and a scholar, but rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Michelle speaks with a practiced tongue. She's given this speech a few times. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved. Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal.
Need to turn Misha up. She's in others, I suppose. Isn't she, I guess? There you go.
Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes.
I'll turn her all over.
My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I brought my scroll down from my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time since Halloween. Please be happy. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera so Michelle can see. She leans in close, leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah. Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting, right? I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor. I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office.
Overused,
Grandma has like
Michelle.
90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive, and I definitely believe that.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they
What a
met,
guy.
but it must have been close.
Yeah, we love Chongyin.
Huh. I thought mine must be
An
pretty
actually
rare.
good person.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But, no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something. Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from a mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
What is it? What's the translation again? Is Sanggyeokgang? Sanggyeokgang? Sorry, I'm kind of a learner at Korean, so I like to like parrot it and say it with as good of an accent as I can. So like Misha, I'm saying Misha with a correct accent of the S. Or I should not say correct accent, but I'm saying it with the phonetics that you would use for the S, which is like an S, but you say it with your like tongue below your bottom, or like press up to the back of your bottom teeth. So shaw, like that. And it's like kind of an S. Oh my god, you're gonna get me going for a long time here, okay? But basically, I'm saying I want to parrot it with a somewhat accurate accent, so I can just to understand it better and get used to the way it feels in my mouth, right? It's like Sanggyeokgang, right? Is the Sanggyeokgang, right? That's the way you would say "please be happy," I think. Or that's the way that they've translated it, I believe. So, I don't know. Never mind, I'll stop nerding out to you.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Michelle tells me about Jongin's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. That's why also I was saying Jongin. And I was explaining earlier in the playthrough that the like slightly hardened J that comes from the back of the front teeth, the top front teeth, like Chongin. That's why I was explaining that earlier, because the like CH versus hard J versus soft J are not the way that we would say like ch or j in English, but it's similar to that. So I try to be cognizant of the linguistic differences there. Then all of a sudden, Michelle's eyes go wide, like she's had a huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
gets up and runs off screen, leaving me with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I looked down at my spell. You think it's cute that I'm like parroting it to try to get it right, like try to get the phonetics right, even if it's not really well explained, like, or not really well executed in game as much. Like, different characters have different pronunciation of Chongying's name, and which is pretty realistic because when they would hear it in English, they would expect either it's going to be Zhongyin or Chongyin, but neither of those are right. It's Chongyin. It's a subtle difference, but it makes a difference when you're speaking Korean. I'm putting in the effort to get it right. Well, thank you. Like a heavy ch is not the same as an English ch, because it's difference between coming from the top of the mouth versus coming from the center of the mouth. I could show you. I could show you it from a Korean instructor that I watched a decent bit of, and he has some examples of it. Somehow I'd always assume it was a one-of-a-kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. But somehow finding out that wasn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful to, or who left an impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. After a few seconds, Min Shaw comes back, returns to the computer and sits down, carrying a scroll herself. I'm just ad-libbing, I guess.
This is one that I had in the office.
Jesus Christ.
I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes they'd include a butterfly in their signature or hide one in their paintings because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started to include something else instead. Can you see her?
There. I always have to I have to look at this a couple of times because I'm never like, all right, what's the orientation? But it's right here. She holds up the scroll to a camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they sign their name, is a little picture of a fox. Of me?
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point,
Here.
they started using the alias Horim for their work.
Hori.
I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
The drawing consists of just a few brush strokes that make a head and ears and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I'm gonna take a quick drink because we're in an advertisement right now. This part gets me in good ways. I can picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I'd always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
I can feel the threat of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little...
Oops. Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but... I take a deep breath. They were human, so my question is only natural, but still. Exhaling, I make myself ask.
How'd they die?
Minsho smiles.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered.
That's why in my current D&D campaign, in the part of the world where they're at, there aren't cremated, there weren't cremated deaths until there was a change in, like a significant change in the belief system. But before that, everyone was buried not only in the ground, but the deeper you were buried in the ground, it was considered the more holy.
That way, the wind could pick them up,
There's a little
keep traveling forever.
There's a little insight into my D&D campaign, but also this is sweet, so I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna stop interrupting.
So then... It sounds like they were happy.
The wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry. So I just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course, of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Michelle can tell that I'm having a tough time holding it together, because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww. Well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess, if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right?
Miopod.
Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids. Like my great, whatever.
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I need that as a soundbite. The thank you, I really appreciate it. Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. Silver called us sisters, but just barely. It makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Michelle agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting about me. The second our call ends, I let out the sob I was holding back. I thought I was done crying over Jungin, but apparently not. Except this time, it's the good kind of crying. After all my searching, and even after their death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. Why does that line hurt me? I try to imagine what their home must have been like. Their wife and kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them. Traveling, just like when we met. Going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them. Just like me, really. Someday I'd like to return to some of the places that I've been before and see them properly, instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that Zhongying felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can say now for sure. They would have been proud of me. I've played this game twice, man. Still emotional. After I finish up my call with Michelle, I end up going for the walk. It's the best thing for me to clear my head when I'm overwhelmed by my emotions. I'm glad to know that Jungin was the kind of person I always imagined him to be. Warm, loving, and always looking for the next adventure. Knowing that, I feel like I finally have some closure. Not that I ever doubted them, but it's good to hear from someone who knows for sure. As I pass through the Wellington streets, I can't help but think of the girl from the library. She reminds me too much of myself, scared and alone, and struggling to get by. It's because we have so much in common that I know helping her will be difficult. The only reason I accepted Juliet's kindness was because she tracked me all the way down to my den, and because I was confident enough in my ability to get away if things went wrong. Well, that turned out to be the best decision I ever made. At the time, I was full of doubt. I can't really blame the girl if she feels the same way. Passing by the bell end, an idea strikes me. If I can't earn her trust with words, maybe I could try something else. Sweets. I stop by another bakery and buy a slice of decadent-looking chocolate cake. The person who cuts it for me places it in a fancy box with a ribbon on top. It cost me several hours' wages, so it better be good. Jesus. If minimum wage is like $12.50 or something, then it's like a $50 cake. With the bait in hand, I return to the library and wait until nightfall to put my plan into action. I filled Juliet on the details, and we agree it'd be better for her to stay upstairs, just so there's less chance of the girl catching on and getting spooked. We haven't had more food go missing or move around today, so we're not even sure if she's around. I keep an eye out for the scruffy blanket or other indicators, but don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, I won't be too disappointed if I end up having to eat the cake for myself. After finishing dinner, I take the slice out of the box and put it on a plastic plate, and then put that back into the fridge. Then I go to my room to wait. I watch the TV for a while, but keep the volume low and rest my eyes without actually falling asleep. I keep my door open just a tiny bit, but not enough that it would be obvious from downstairs. Finally, around midnight, I hear a voice or noise from below. I crawl out of my room and down to the kitchen, where a tiny bit of light is emanating from the fridge. Sure enough, it's the girl again. This time she doesn't bother taking her prize back to the shelves, or even turning invisible. She stands in plain sight with the plate in one hand. She devours the cake, not even bothering to use a fork. Instead, she has used her fingers, tearing off one bite at a time. Her face and hands are covered in chocolate and frosting. She's so distracted that she doesn't even notice me approaching, although I make sure not to block her off from the front door so she doesn't feel trapped.
Hey.
Her reaction is the same as yesterday. Bug-eyed, she drops the plate and what little is left of the cake as she hops backwards, before realizing she just put herself further away from the exit. I stay still, other than holding my hands to try to show her I don't mean any harm.
It's okay. You're not in any trouble. I bought that cake for you.
It's a $50 investment, man. I try to keep my voice calm and low, as close to how Juliet usually talks as I can manage. The girl whips her head back and forth, probably looking for anyone else who might be hiding from her, as she angles herself towards the door. She doesn't turn invisible, at least.
I won't try to stop you if you want to leave, but I was hoping I could talk to you.
The girl stares at me mistrustfully from the other side of the room. I wonder if she can even understand me. Lowering my hands to my sides, I maintain my distance, trying to look as not scary as possible.
I'm gonna turn on the lights, okay?
No response. I decide to just go for it and flip them on. Although she blinks at the sudden brightness, it doesn't make her run any further.
You were hiding out in the library, right? And sleeping on the floor?
More staring. I notice she doesn't have her blanket with her.
It's okay. I'm not mad. Neither is Juliet, the other person who lives here. Maybe you've seen her around.
At last, the girl gives a slow nod. Taking that as a good sign, I put on my friendliest smile.
I did the same thing before. I was hiding behind some of the shelves and Juliet found me. I thought she was gonna kick me out, but she was actually really nice.
With correction, Miho. You thought she was going to poison you.
She let me stay in one of her extra beds.
But maybe you shouldn't
even
say
gave me
that.
some food too. I bet you're so hungry, right? Even after the cake?
Another reluctant nod. She hasn't moved at all since I started talking.
I can make you a sandwich or something if you want. That's what Juliet made for me. Do you want one?
Give me a turkey club. This time she doesn't respond, just stares at me from afar.
You don't have to if you don't want it.
Buffalo chicken wrap.
I just want to help you out, since it seemed like you might be in trouble.
Finally, the girl points at me.
Ain't you a wolf?
I wasn't expecting that reaction. Ain't you a wolf? Is she Shadowheart?
Am I... huh? Your ears. Wolves eat little girls.
My god. It takes me a second to process what she said. At least she can talk.
Oh, no. I'm not a wolf. I'm a fox. Look.
That's Tess's voice. It sounds like Tess. It does sound like Tess. I hold my arms out and transform, shifting into a fox. Girl's eyes go wide again, even bigger than when she was running away. I turn a small circle to show her, fluffing out my tails so I don't get any closer. Then I change back.
See? I've never eaten someone. Promise.
But would you? The girl watches me, trying to decide if she believes me or not. Even though she's so young, I can imagine what she must be thinking and feeling right now. Trying to weigh up the dangers of sticking around versus just getting out while she can. I couldn't really blame her if she decides not to trust me. Even though I'm being honest, there's no way she should know that for sure. It's a dangerous world out there.
I can change too. Watch.
Taking a deep breath, she puffs out her cheeks and disappears from sight.
Whoa. That's really cool. Bet it comes in handy a lot, huh?
She reappears, a few steps away from where she started. She nods.
Before I started living here, I had to steal all my meals too.
Now I'm covering her up.
I would have loved to be able to turn invisible like you can.
She nods again. I can see her relax a little bit, slouching her shoulders, although I'm sure she'd still take off if I made one false move. I decide to keep going, and stop if it seems like she gets uncomfortable.
Anyway, my name's Miho. What's yours? Lyra.
Like a character in the thing I was writing.
Lyra. That's a nice name. Do you want me to make you that sandwich?
Like, shit. That doesn't help. It doesn't help that I was writing something and I already said something about a vampire librarian being in my own written work. And now there's another name that's being shared. Oh no. I ripped off Please Be Happy without knowing it. Swallowing, she licks her lips.
You can come with me, or I can bring it to you out here.
I can't believe I... Yeah, we have all about those bouts of precognition. Look, you know, at least the vampire in the library doesn't act like Juliet. And Lyra's a very different and, if not slightly malicious person, and not her. But still, it's funny how, like, your ideas in one piece of work sometimes completely mirror something else without you even knowing it. I think there was something like that I did in college in a writing class, and I didn't realize it until later.
Why?
But it mirrored something in a western that I'd never seen.
Why what? Why are you being nice to me?
Looking at her face, I can see the conflicting emotions. Desire to say yes while also being so uncertain. I probably asked Juliet that same question back then.
Because someone was nice to me once. More than once, actually. They helped me out when they didn't have to. Even after I stole from one of them. I'll bet you were only stealing food and hiding because you have to, right? I know how that feels. That's why I won't stop you if you want to go too.
Whatever risks she's calculating, she finally arrives at the same decision I did back then.
Okay. I want it. Okay. Is the same kind as last night fine? Yeah.
Opening the fridge, I take out the jar of mayonnaise, some slices of cheese, a tomato, and enough bread for 2 sandwiches. After a bit of thought, I take out a few slices of salami too. I'll take an Italian. Italian's fine too. I cut up tomato as best I can, although the slices aren't as even as pretty as when Juliet does it. Then I lay out the bread on 2 plates, spreading a layer of mayo onto a couple slices.
That's too much. Huh?
I turn around to see the girl watching me from the entrance of the kitchen, hands on her hips.
I don't want that much mayonnaise. Oh. Okay.
I just take the fucking knife and take it off, it's okay. Well, at least she doesn't have a problem with saying what she wants. I use the flat edge of the knife to scrape off some of the spread from the top of one of the sandwiches, and then layer the cheese and tomato on top. After cutting both of them in half, I walk towards Lyra to give her a plate without thinking. When she tenses up, I freeze mid-step.
Here you go.
I lean forward and stretch my arm out, handing it to her from as far away as I can. She cautiously takes it, backing up a step as soon as it's in her hands. She did like the butler pose, which now that I think about it, I want to see Miho in a suit. We both eat our sandwiches in silence, watching each other from opposite sides of the kitchen. She finishes her whole snack in the time it takes me to eat just half of mine, smacking her lips loudly as she chews. When she's done, I hold out my hand for her plate, and she cautiously gives it to me. I put both of her dishes in the sink.
Now what? Now, that's a good question.
Of course, Ralph lights up when I say, insert ex-woman in suit. It's okay, my neurons start firing at that too. I had no idea how this whole thing would go, so I didn't plan it out too much. This is probably the point where I should enlist some backup.
Is it okay if I go get my girlfriend? She's the one who owns this place. She'll definitely want to talk to you too. The vampire lady? That's her. Okay.
So when is Juliet gonna bite me? Huh? She gives me a wide berth as I leave the kitchen, even though it requires putting herself further away from the front door.
You can sit down if you want. Wherever's most comfy for you. I'll be right back.
There's no comfort in sitting on those chairs, man. That shit's just gonna like hurt your ass as you sit on it. I head up to Juliet's study where the door swings open as I approach. She's waiting for me on the other side. I step through and she closes the door behind me. I'm not sure if pointy ears helped Lyra to hear about her, but in any case, I keep my voice low.
The girl and I have been talking for a bit. Her name's Lyra. She said she's okay if you come down too now.
The vampire lady heard. You handled that marvelously, dear.
Thanks.
Well,
I just tried to think about what you would say for the most part.
I'm
Oh,
sure
sorry.
your sincerity helped a lot. For what it's worth, I don't think I could have done any better.
it helps that I know how she probably feels right now.
Aw, I don't know about that. You're a lot better with words than me.
Words aren't as important as intentions. And I'm sure she could tell that yours were good.
What do you think we should do now? I didn't ask, but I'm not sure if she has anywhere else to go.
Let's go downstairs and talk to her. I have an idea for tonight, at least.
I follow Juliet back to the kitchen, where Lyra's taken a seat at the dining table. She tenses up as we approach, but Juliet also keeps a respectful distance.
Good evening, Lyra. My name is Juliet. It's nice to meet you. Miho told me the two of you spoke for a while. Would it be okay with you if we sat down as well?
Eyes looking from me to Juliet and back again, Lyra eventually nods. Juliet and I pull out chairs as well and sit next to each other on the other side of the table from the kid.
Would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions?
Asked.
You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
That's the one thing I make fun of Juliet's voice actor for, is that she says asked. I'm gonna make fun of her for that all day.
Okay.
Thank you. Would I be correct in assuming that you've spent a few nights sleeping in the library?
Yeah. I had a blanket, but it's lost now.
She does really sound like Tess in that delivery right there.
I see. If I may ask, does your family know where you are?
I ain't got one.
You don't have a family? Is there anyone that you live with? Or who takes care of you?
Nah, I'm by myself.
Is there somewhere that you live? Or usually stay at?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Does that mean you did until recently?
Yeah.
The girl isn't exactly forthcoming with information, but Juliet takes it all in stride, maintaining that calm, even tone that I was aiming for. Let's turn her up a little bit too. Crank that up.
May I ask what happened?
Lyra looks down at the ground, bringing her thumb up to her mouth and biting her nails. Now that it's not a yes or no question she's being asked, she seems less inclined to answer.
You don't have to tell me. But if there's someone out there who may be worried about you, then wouldn't it be nice for them to know that you're safe?
There ain't. I left.
As in, you ran away?
Yeah. They were bad. Mean. They hurt me. So I left.
You know, maybe the people of Skyrim have a point against the elves. These mean parents.
Your family?
Nah. My parents died. They were people who
Just
said
kidding.
they'd take care of me, so I had to live with them. Nobody asked me.
Just kidding. We love elves here. The elves aren't to blame.
But they didn't care about me. They told me that.
Juliet and I exchange a look. Juliet says, or Lyra says all these things so matter-of-factly, still looking at the ground.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Both about your parents and the awful situation you were put in. I'm very glad you were able to get away.
I'll give one thing to this pasta salad. There's like bacon in it, and it's actually kind of good. But the rest of it, not acidic enough.
Really? You believe me?
For the first time, there's a flash of excitement from the girl. It's impossible to know if she's telling the truth, but we don't have any reason to doubt her. At the very least, it would make sense why she's so skittish.
I don't see why I shouldn't.
I tried telling people, but they didn't listen. Said I was making it up, but I'm not.
For the first time since I started talking to Lyra, she raises her voice emphatically. Not empathetically, emphatically. Her fists are clenched, and she looks at us both like she's trying to see if we mean what we say. Out of all the people, I should be the one to get emphatically, because I use that word so often.
I've met plenty of mean people, too. I know how awful they can be.
Her sharp glare slowly dissolves as two big tears well up in the corners of her eyes. Her lower lip quivers.
Nobody ever believes me.
There. You're safe now. We believe you.
I expect her to start crying, but Lyra manages to keep it together. She wipes away the tears and goes back to glaring. You're back from raid? Lyra's apparently an orphan who was in a bad family that treated her poorly, so she ran away from her guardians, essentially, and started stalking out in the library, and eventually they caught her, and now they're having a conversation about it. But it was a mirroring of the initial scene in chapter 1 where Miho is also hanging out in a library. Was that too funny? I was saying, like, it also mirrors the Aspen playthrough, how Aspen and Miho get a dog, and that's like their child. But now, maybe Juliet and Miho are getting an actual child.
I won't go back there. No one can make me, so don't even try.
We wouldn't dream of it. Can you tell me if you came from around here, though?
I got on a bus and rode for a long time. I knew this was a big city, so I came here.
Also, she's ostensibly the same voice actor as Tess in Highway Blossoms.
I see. I know that neither Miho nor I want to make you go back somewhere you were hurt, or do anything you don't want to. We also don't want you to have to worry about finding somewhere safe to spend the night, or finding food. If you'd like, there's an extra bed here that you can use, so you don't have to sleep on the floor. Tomorrow, we can talk more. Would you like that?
Tess has emotions. She just, they're just all bottled up, I think. Lyra sniffles a few times and blows her nose, kicking her feet while she thinks about it. Eventually, she nods.
Okay. I guess that's fine.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. I imagine you must be very tired already. Would you like to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Also, Lyra has the magical ability to go invisible,
Why don't you follow me then?
which is how she managed to stay in the library for so long. Juliet exits the kitchen. After watching her for a bit, Lyra follows after. I make my way up behind them both as Juliet passes by her study and then down the hallway. I realize her intention's right as she stops outside one of the doors that I've never seen open. Juliet retrieves a key from one of her pockets and uses it to unlock the door, which swings open with a creak. It reveals a bedroom. A well-made bed with green covers sits in the corner beside a desk and a dresser with a mirror. A shelf of books leans against one wall, across from a window with the curtains over it. Dust permeates the room, which must have been untouched for years. Juliet goes and fetches some rags to wipe everything down, and deftly changes the pillowcases and sheets while Lyra and I stand nearby. I would offer to help, but I think she'd be faster without me. When the room is ready, she faces Lyra with a smile.
Here you are. Do you need extra pillows or blankets?
Lyra shakes her head, her eyes fixed on the bed rather than on Juliet. She walks towards it like a zombie. I wonder how long it's been since she slept somewhere comfortable.
Miho and I will bid you good night then, and see you in the morning. Would you like me to leave the door open?
Okay, Miho and Juliet becoming mothers together is worth at least a fraction of the pain that we've gone through so far. In that 10-hour stretch of the game being just complete depression. There was pain. There was pain before this, a little earlier today, but then we managed to finally escape the hell timeline. And also, this is where they go to earlier in the stream, they went to the nature reserve and found out the bird was dead. She nods as she climbs into the bed, poking the pillows as if checking to see if they're real. She doesn't pay us any more attention as we leave the room, already halfway asleep by the look of it. The two of us go back to my room, standing in the doorway.
Well, this has turned out to be a much more eventful day than I expected.
Yeah, me too. I figured she had just run away from home or was playing a prank or something. I wasn't expecting her to have had such a rough life already.
Yeah, there was even more painful stuff beforehand, but then we got to Chapter 5, and Chapter 5 really turned the tone around, I think.
Indeed. I felt my heart break at her words, sparing as they were.
You never could resist helping out someone who needs it, huh?
It's true. So far, those have been some of the best decisions of my
Hey,
life.
fucking men, Juliet. Juliet leans in and kisses me as we wrap our arms around each other. I know we're both thinking the same thing. There's going to be a lot to talk about tomorrow. When we part, Juliet presses her forehead against mine.
Shall we resume this in the morning, then?
Yeah, sounds good. This part too.
Yes, you missed a lot of cute art. You missed lots of cute art. And we also finished the storyline with Mr. Kim. I give her a quick follow-up kiss for good measure.
I'll be looking forward to it. Good night, Miho.
Night.
I hop into my own bed and close my eyes, waiting for sleep to take me. we're almost done with Silver's questline as well. We've kind of resolved matters with Juliet and Ezekiel. We finished Mr. Kim's questline. We still have to do the play with Lena, so you haven't missed that part at the very least. When I wake up, the first thing I do is tiptoe down the hallway and poke my head into the room where Lyra is staying. Tucked beneath all the blankets, I could see a splotch of blonde hair against one of the pillows. She's still fast asleep. I wouldn't have been surprised to find she'd left in the middle of the night. Being careful not to disturb her, I go downstairs to the kitchen where Juliet is sitting at the table.
Good morning.
Good morning. Our guest is still sleeping.
Yeah, I saw. Out like a light.
Thought I would wait for her to get up before starting on breakfast, if that's alright with you?
Fine by me. Have you been awake since we went to bed?
Get out of here, Bug. Just trying to have a peaceful day. Are you on my phone, Bug? Why are you on my phone? Get off my phone. Technology is bad for you.
I do still a little here and there. I've been using my free time to catch up on some reading. Last night was so busy, though, that I didn't get the chance to ask how your call with Minso went.
Oh, right.
Somehow, even that was overshadowed by meeting Myra and everything that went along with that.
It went really well. She told me all about Jung-in. They were a traveler who went all around the world. They came for Korea.
So the two of you have something in common, then?
Yeah! Apparently they gave away lots of scrolls like mine. She also said that they started using a pen name later. Hurin. It means fox forest.
We also learned what was on her scroll the whole time, which is Sangyang, like Sangyang, which is please be happy. I could Romanize it for you, but it wouldn't really be accurate.
Oh, that's beautiful. So that must mean that...
I nod.
Yeah. They remembered me too.
I'm so happy for you, Miho. That you got to know how special you were to each other.
Me too. Thanks for setting everything up. I told her about my magic, and so we're gonna keep in touch too. Maybe someday we could even meet up in person. She said she has family members who know a lot more about Jung-in than she does.
A trip to America sounds nice. Or would it be back to Korea?
I'm not sure.
Please be happy too.
I didn't ask.
America road trip.
Would you go with me if I went though?
Of course. There are so many places I'd love to visit with you.
Me too. The other night when we were...
Oh my god, would you stop with the knocking effects that are so realistic I think that they're real? It's... okay. There's a knock at the front door that cuts me off. It's still a little earlier than when we open the library, but we've never had patrons show up before then. If it was Aspen, she'd just walk right in. I first thought it might be someone looking for Lyra.
I'll get it.
Feeling apprehensive for some reason, I slowly make my way towards the door. Wouldn't be a surprise if someone was looking for her, despite what she told us. I'm not sure how they tracked her here, though. They knock again. Louder. Whoever it was sure is impatient. I walk past
I'm
her.
coming!
I pull open the door, which is even locked. When I see who's waiting, I can feel my eyes go wide.
Silver?
The other Gumio stands close, shifting her weight from foot to foot. The moment I open the door all the way, she darts in before I can even invite her inside.
What are you doing here?
It's all I can think of to blurt out. While I was sure I'd see her again at some point, I expected it to be at night like usual. It's the second time I've seen her out during the day. Taking her typical approach of ignoring me, Silver just looks around, similar to the last time she came here. I fucking love Silver. With her like, her armor off, essentially. Finally, her restless gaze settles on me.
I came to fulfill a promise.
Promise?
As I speak, my last words to her on Halloween come back to me. I understand all at once.
Oh, you're leaving?
She nods. Just then, Juliet emerges from the kitchen. Silver tenses up when she sees her, then relaxes. I'm reminded of Lyra yesterday.
Ah, Silver. It's very nice to see you again.
Silver stays silent. We're not exactly the most talkative group.
We were gonna have breakfast soon, if you wanted to.
I trail off as one more person enters my field of vision. Upstairs, I could just barely see Lyra over a handrail until she reaches up the stairs, sleepily stumbling down with a blanket in one hand. At the bottom, she stops and rubs her eyes, staring at Silver and me. Between the four of us, I'm not sure who must be most surprised to see who.
You ain't a wolf, are you?
No. Are you?
That's it. Now it's the best timeline. At least Lyra gets an answer. Apparently deciding she's not in danger of being eaten, Lyra goes into the kitchen. With a small shrug, Juliet goes with her. I almost tap Silver on the shoulder, but catch myself and clear my throat to get her attention instead.
Wanna go talk outside?
She nods, so I lead the way out. Even without her shawl, Silver looks out of place in the sunlight. She belongs in the woods, under the moon.
Who is the child?
Her name's Lyra. She was hiding out in the library and stealing food. So we told her she could sleep in one of the spare beds. The three of us were gonna have breakfast soon. You can join us if you want.
If you're down the Aspen route, it's a different encounter with Silver, slightly. I already know her answer before she even SMHs her head.
No. I simply came to keep my word. You have a strange choice of hobby when it comes to taking care of others.
Is that weird?
To me, helping out Lyra seemed like the obvious thing to do. It didn't even feel like a choice I was making, just something that needed to be done. About half a year ago, I probably would have felt the same way as Silver does.
I guess it is something I've gotten used to.
How very like you.
Is that a good thing?
Silver thinks about it for a bit.
It's not a bad thing.
I'll take it.
Coming from her, that's about the best I can hope for. Silver glances at me and then suddenly reaches for my throat. Ooh, now this is... Instead of trying to strangle me, damn it. Which is the first thought that crossed my mind. She grabs my necklace and inspects my bead. For someone who hates being touched, she doesn't seem to have any problems when it comes to my personal space. Still, I tilt my chin up, trying to let her see. Silver's eyes narrow, and after a bit she lets go. As it falls back into place, I instinctively put a hand against my necklace.
So,
Yes,
it's
Lana.
almost your time.
Yeah. Although, I don't really know what to expect when I'm ready.
You really have to ask that ask that in chat.
What do you mean?
When I swallow it, sometimes, if I focus, it makes me think about the clouds or the trees, but I don't know what any of it means. What being a Chono means. I barely know about being a Gumiho.
Silver laughs.
You still haven't figured it out.
I just told you I haven't. How do you know all this stuff anyway?
It's simple. I don't doubt myself.
Would it kill you to just give me a straight answer sometimes?
In this case, it's the only answer I can give you. Besides, you're closer to the truth than I am.
Silver holds her arm up, putting her shining bead into full view. For the first time, she holds it where I can see it properly. Though my bead is plain round, clearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, Hers narrows at the middle and then widens again, like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see what the others are before she lets her sleeve fall again, hiding the blight bracelet.
It's why I'll be leaving tomorrow. Just as your path has led you here, mine now leads me away.
Tomorrow? I figured you were gonna be going soon, but not that soon.
There's nothing left for me here. It's time I was on my way again.
Oh.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped that I could get through to Silver somehow. Help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now, as we've just started to become friends. Or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish that she would stay. But it's just like when Juliet was contemplating leaving. I can also understand why she feels she has to go. And unlike Juliet, there really isn't anything else tying her down to Wellington.
Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Her tone is unusually gentle. I wonder if she'll miss me too.
The sky is vast, and the road is long. Our paths might cross again.
I hope so. Let me come with you tomorrow. To see you off. Please.
She closed her eyes, thinking.
Fine. I'll fetch you in the morning. Early. Be ready.
You're fetching. But I thought Mia was the dog.
I will.
Silver takes a step down, signaling an end to our conversation. But before she leaves, there's one thing I want to know.
Wait.
Yes?
The girl you just saw in there, Lyra. What color was she?
You don't just ask what somebody's color. Silver's lips curve into a wry smile.
As hopeful a blue as I've ever seen.
Aww. Almost before she's finished talking, Silver transforms. Her fur sparkles in the sun, looking less out of place in her clothes. Without holding back, she runs away and is quickly out of sight. I watch her go before heading inside the library again myself. In the kitchen, Juliet's working on breakfast while Lyra watches from close by. When I enter the room, the kid folds her arms.
Who is that? A friend of mine. Her name is Silver. At least, that's what I call her. She's scary. Scarier than you.
I like the, like the side. Like closing your mouth to the side like that. Unfortunately, I can't really show that on my model. Some models can.
She'd probably be glad to hear you say that.
I try to picture Lyra. How Silver must have seen her. There's that bug again. Get fucked, bug. How many murders have I committed on stream today? There was a little hanging spider that came down. There was that bug right there. There was a mosquito earlier. I try to picture Lyra, how Silver must have seen her. Beneath her almost permanent glare and short sentences, she's hopeful. Juliet and I may be the ones doing her a favor, but she's giving us a chance too.
It turns out she's going to be leaving tomorrow. To go where? Is she gonna come back here? I don't know. I'm not sure she knows yet either.
Wherever she goes, I hope she finds contentment there.
Yeah, me too. What's contentment?
Contentment means when you feel at peace. Like you don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, I haven't heard that word before.
Thinking on that, Lyra sits down at the table to wait for breakfast to be ready. I go ahead and prepare the dishes, setting up 3 plates. It isn't long before Juliet comes over to serve us our meal, with Lyra's portion being just as big as ours.
Here we are. Do you like anything to go with it, Lyra? Ketchup or more salt and pepper?
Ketchup. She takes her head, shoveling a forkful of eggs into her mouth. I don't think she's going to be a very picky eater. The 3 of us clear our plates, and once everything is cleaned up, I can see Lyra begin to look around anxiously.
What's wrong? Nothing.
I might have a guess. Lyra, do you have anything you plan to do today?
Lyra SMHs her head.
Well, you're welcome to remain here at the library. Miho will be busy with work, and I'll be going to sleep soon. But you don't have to leave.
I don't? Even though I stole your food?
No, of course not.
Although Juliet says that, I know that at some point, she and I are going to have to decide what exactly Lyra staying here will entail, and for how long. Neither of us are going to turn her out onto the streets, of course. But if she just stays here, then does that mean she'll live here? What does that make her? What does that make us? Mothers, you idiot. It's still only the first morning, so there's plenty of time to figure things out. But from what Lyra told us last night, she doesn't really have many other options. Juliet's probably thinking the same thing.
Hey Lyra, do you like to watch TV? Sometimes. I like cartoons, but I couldn't watch them much. I have a TV up in my room if you want to use it. You can watch all the cartoons you want.
Her eyes get huge, looking more excited than when she was offered a place to stay.
Really? Is that allowed? Yeah. Come here. I'll show you.
All three of us head to my room and turn on the TV. Flipping to one of the kids' channels I can remember. Within minutes, she's all set up on my bed, totally sucked into the show. Juliet and I step out into the hall. Right, if we go to the Aspen ending, I remember there's a scene where Miho and Aspen go buy a collar together. And I made some terrible comment at that point.
We should probably talk later, huh?
Yes, once I've had a chance to rest and refresh myself.
You've been up since everything started. I'll bet you're as exhausted as she was.
Perhaps a little. Will you be alright for the day? If you have other things to attend to, I'm sure she'll be fine here. I don't think she'll be leaving that spot.
I said Aspen and Miho get a collar. I didn't say Aspen and Miho get a collar for Ralph. We both glance into my room. Lyra wrapped my blanket around herself, still entranced by the TV.
We'll see. You should go rest, though. We can figure it out more tonight.
Alright. Until then, my love.
Oh, Juliet.
Well.
With a hug and a kiss, Juliet leaves her bed, and I go back downstairs to try and have as normal a day as possible. We, readjust and take a sip of water here. Because I haven't had a sip of water in, let's see, 2 hours, it looks like, from last hydrate. We all know what happens if you don't water your Venus. Your Venus flytrap. What the hell is going on with these? There we go. My cords were all tangled up here. After the library is closed for the evening and I'm in the middle of cleaning up, Lyra finally comes downstairs. Just like this morning, she's dragging a blanket behind her, only this time it's mine.
I'm hungry. Alright. You can have anything in the fridge. Or I can make you a sandwich in a bit.
I'm hungry. Goes and takes a bite of pasta salad.
Okay, I'll go look.
She wanders into the kitchen alone, and I can hear her rifling through the fridge. Giving someone permission to do things is a new experience for me. A single day at the library has already made her a lot more comfortable. I guess she never had a problem with taking food, though. She spent most of the day watching TV in my room, and also chose a couple books from the kids section to read. Because she's so quiet and keeps to herself, I could almost forget she's even around. I peek into the kitchen to check on her. Lyra's sitting at the table with a book open in front of her and a bowl of cereal beside it. Yeah, she fits in just fine here. Leaving her to a snack, I go upstairs to find Juliet in her office.
Ah, Miho. I was just about to join you downstairs. How's our guest?
Eating in the kitchen. She seems right at home.
She does, doesn't she?
It's kind of hard to place Juliet's tone. Amused with a touch of sadness.
I figured me and you should talk about things before it gets too late again.
Yes, that's a good idea. Would you like to sit down?
We take our usual positions around her desk.
I looked online, but I haven't seen any missing person reports or other indications that someone's searching for her. Usually, if a child were to disappear, it would be all over the news. But in this case,
There's nobody looking.
as far as I can tell, yes. Which would line up with what she told us about running away.
That's so sad. She's just a little kid. There should be somebody who cares about her.
I fully agree. She mentioned that her parents passed away. Perhaps she has other family out there that we could locate. It's difficult with so little information to go by.
Right. Wouldn't they have taken her in when her parents died, though?
There's that as well.
Maybe we should just ask her.
Yes, perhaps. Although, I suspect she would have told us already if so.
Yeah, something's not completely adding up here.
That's true.
Well, for the time being, it's no bother having her here. There's more than enough space.
Right. That room that she's in now, though. It was Cosette's, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I've left it untouched for many years now. But it's the only other room with a bed, so it was only natural to offer it to Lyra.
I reach across the table to take Juliet's hands.
Yeah. I think it was the right thing to do.
We haven't talked about Cosette much since that night at her grave. Still, I know she's on Juliet's mind all the time. I'm sure that just unlocking that door and letting Lyra in was more difficult than she lets on, even if it was the logical choice. I hope it's also a good sign that she did it in the end. The sadness in Juliet's eyes as she smiled at me is the only confirmation that I'm right. I don't blame her at all, though. Despite everything we talked about, it'll take her a long time to heal.
Something Silver told me this morning was that Lyra seemed hopeful. She's really good at reading people, so I believe her.
I'm glad to hear that. Can't be easy to be in her position.
Nodding, I stand up, intending to go downstairs and reassure Lyra that she can stay here again tonight. However, I only manage to take 2 steps before I bump into something soft and invisible. Lyra pops into vision as she stumbles backwards, and I barely manage to grab her shoulder to keep her from falling. Juliet makes a sound of surprise at her sudden appearance. Ducking away from my hand, Lyra turns and runs.
Hey, it's okay if you were listening. You're not in trouble.
Just outside the study, she skids to a stop, looking back mistrustfully.
I'm not? I always got yelled at for eavesdropping.
Eavesdropping.
No, child. I can't fault you for listening in when you're being talked about.
Juliet stands by my side with neither of us moving closer to Lyra. She may have gotten more confident around the library, but it's a different story with Juliet and me as people.
I'd do the same thing if I could turn invisible like you. I've eavesdropped, even when all I can do is hide.
How much were you able to hear?
Lyra shrugs.
Who's Cosette?
Beside me, I can feel Juliet tense up and take a deep breath.
My daughter. That room you're staying in used to belong to her.
Oh. Is she dead?
Jesus Christ. Lyra asks her question as casually as if asking about the weather. She hasn't exactly been polite since her arrival, but it's a bit blunt even for her.
Hey, maybe...
Juliet gently holds up a hand to cut me off.
Yes, she is.
Oh.
Lyra processes this new information as stoically as ever, her ever-present frown deepening just a bit.
Are you gonna kick me out after all?
Juliet and I exchange a wide-eyed look. I can't blame her for worrying about that.
Oh, heavens, no! Although we were wondering if you had any other family out there who might be missing you. Brothers or sisters of your parents, perhaps? Or grandparents?
The girl SMHs her head.
It was just me and my mom and my dad.
I see. Well, you can stay here for as long as you need to. We won't make you leave, I promise.
Okay.
She studies us for a long time, biting her thumb. I imagine the blue glow that Silver must have seen around her.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Now, what would the two of you say to dinner? I imagine Miho must be getting hungry.
We just ate.
Yeah, I am.
I'm still hungry too.
Even after that cereal you ate?
She nods.
There wasn't that much left.
We can certainly take care of that. Come along. Let's see what we have in the kitchen.
The three of us go down to the kitchen together, where Juliet sets about preparing a meal. Although she's still quiet, Lyra participates in the conversation a bit more, giving her opinion on things like certain foods or things she likes to do. After we're done eating, it isn't long before she traipses off to bed, murmuring a groggy goodnight as she goes. Kids are bottomless pit, yeah. Look, I'm still a bottomless pit. Oh no, I'm not bottomless anymore. Lana's about to say something, I can feel it. I eat less now than I used to. We'll say that much. Later, before I turn to myself, I poke my head into her room to check on her. She's fast asleep, mouth open with a line of drool dribbling onto her pillow. The blankets are pulled up beneath her chin and pillows are scattered around the bed. I smile to myself because I know how much she must feel. Warm, safe, and hopeful. Stop it! Judging by the knocking at my window, it turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over into bed, not totally sure that I'm not dreaming, in time to see her Silver gesture at me and then leap from the tree again. A few minutes and lots of eye-opening later, I'm ready and outside to meet her. On my way out the door, I explain to Juliet where I'm going. Silver's carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope, and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting. Instead, we just start walking. You're pretty sure you could find a bottom? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could find bottoms that I have. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end conversation. Or not even start one. I don't have a worry about being good enough conversationalist for her. It's easier to get more out of her silence than it is many others, too. The fact that she let me come along on this trip, much less came to get me, says a lot. Hold on, let me take a drink because of the ad. Get a little bit more of another drink if I finish that bottle there. You're not saying anything. It's easier to get silence out of you than it is. It's easier to get more out of your silence than it is many others, Lana. Just saying. Just saying, Silver. We make our way through the streets, not seeing any other pedestrians or even cars. Is it? Yeah, I think it's maybe just because I knew you so well. You might have caught me red-handed there. Can't call you Silver until you had a gray hair. Do you have gray hair? I can give you gray hairs if you don't have them already. I've been told I can. Nope. Lucky you. Well, I don't have any either. But I also dye my hair, so maybe I just don't notice it. How are you gonna do that? Just wait and see. I'm pretty sure I can stress you out enough to make you go Silver. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, a couple of them roaming around empty too. Silver walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep up pace easy. It makes our journey pretty short, though. The glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. It was the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's ready to see her off again. I wonder what Silver's thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all? And preparing to miss this place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance, facing the double glass doors. Our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi.
Unbi?
Unbi? In Korean, Un for silver, B for rain. Silver rain. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass. Unbi. It's very fun to say because the bounciness of the phonetics. Unbi.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
Oh, the spider is back. Get out of here. Guess I didn't kill him the first time after all. I hope she sees me grin.
I think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either. I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
If you notice, NB has very, very gentle little fangies. She looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about the bead even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then.
We'll meet. Look at her.
Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you.
Look,
No
she's
matter
incredible.
Even if I'm Unbi now.
You've been Unbi the whole time.
Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she covers hers with a tiny smile.
Shame. Goodbye, Miho.
Aww. Every time.
Goodbye, Unbi.
It gets me every time. It takes her just a couple steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Unbi doesn't look back once she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself, and only myself. Finally, I turn around too, and start making my way back home.
I'm hungry.
So, alright. So we just have to wrap up Lena. And that's the last plot thread, essentially. Sorry, Unbi gets me every time. Look, everything in this gets me every time, okay?
You're always hungry.
So?
Fair enough.
Lyra finds me in the library almost the moment I'm done cleaning up, and I follow her to the kitchen. She takes a seat at the table expectantly while I go to the fridge and pantry to see what we have. It's the part of the evening where it would make more sense to have dinner instead of a snack. Juliet's upstairs and would probably come prepare something if we asked her to. But
I'll cook us something.
that decision is probably meaningless to Lyra, who just nods indifferently from the table. But it'll be a first for me. I've watched Juliet make food enough times so I should be able to pull something simple. Like when I cooked breakfast for myself a while ago. As long as I pay attention to what I'm doing, it can't be too hard. I hope. We get a box of pasta, a jar of sauce, an onion, and a pack of meat.
This should be everything I need.
First, I fill up the pot of water and put it on the stove to start boiling. Then I grab a cutting board and a knife and get the onion ready. It rolls around a lot and cuts come out all crooked, but I eventually manage to slice it. Very carefully, I chop them into even smaller bits.
You're getting onion on the ceiling.
I look up. She's right. A couple chunks are stuck to where they flew off the knife. Maybe I was moving the knife a little too fast.
It'll fall off eventually.
Dump the onions into another pan and turn on the heat, and also grab some butter from the fridge. I'm not sure how much to use, so I just scoop up a big lump and throw it in. Better to have too much than not enough, right? It takes a while, but the butter melts and the onions start to sizzle, and soon the whole kitchen smells pretty good. I also dump the noodles into the water, which is boiling by now, and set a timer like the box instructs. But, have you ever taken advice, Miko, from Vincenzo's plate? You take what's on the box and you subtract 1 minute from it to make sure it's al dente, because the last minute, it'll go in the pan. I'm not sure how to tell when the onions are ready, so I just let them cook until I get bored of waiting, and then I dump the meat in with them. It also sizzles loudly when it hits the pan. I hurry to spread it around the spatula. You're gonna give fucking Lyra salmonella. As I'm cooking that, Juliet enters the kitchen.
My, something smells delicious.
Hey, I'm cooking dinner. I think.
Juliet beams with delight.
It looks like everything is coming along wonderfully. I can't wait to try it.
Me too. I'm still hungry, you know.
Yeah.
Having the two of them both watching and waiting adds some pressure to the situation. I use the back of my hand to wipe the sweat off my forehead. Standing over the hot stove gets uncomfortable fast. My timer for the noodles goes off while I'm still cooking the meat. Parts of it getting dark brown and crispy while parts are still pink, so I keep mixing it around. After the onions are beginning to burn too, a few of the onions are beginning to burn too, so I pluck those out and toss them in the trash as I notice them. I leave that pan to its fate while I pick up the pasta pot and carefully tip the water into the sink. No! You gotta keep a mug of pasta water. The steam rushes into my face and I have to lean back as I let it run out. Only a handful of noodles fall into the sink, which I'm willing to consider a success. I cross my fingers and hope that the meat is done. I can't see any part that look raw at least. Grabbing the jar of sauce, I unscrew the lid and dump it into the pan before mixing that around. Combined with the red sauce, the burnt onions, and crunchy meat doesn't stand out too much. I hope that's true for the taste too. Flicking off the stove, I turn to face my audience.
It's ready.
Probably want to put a little bit of salt in there. Not that much.
Finally. I thought it was gonna take all day.
Lyra's not impressed, of course, but Juliet claps.
It looks great. Thank you for cooking, Miho.
Don't thank me yet. But since you cook for us all the time, I figured I could at least give it a try.
I say a little because pre-packaged, like ragu or whatever, it's typically salty on its own. I retrieve 3 bowls and dump some noodles into each one, followed by a few big spoonfuls of sauce. Just like Juliet does, I carry them to the table and set them out in front of each person.
Alright, here you go.
Lyra wastes no time digging in, instantly staining her mouth red with sauce. Juliet waits for me to sit down with her fork hovering over the bowl. I examine the finished dish that I made. It's not pretty, but it doesn't look wrong at least. It does smell pretty good. I take a tentative bite.
It's not bad.
It's not the best thing I've ever eaten, but it's far from the worst. At the very least, it tastes pretty close to what I expected it would taste like. Juliet blows on hers to cool it down before taking a bite herself. As she swallows, her eyes go wide in awe.
It's delicious.
Cool.
You can't
I'm
even
glad
taste it.
turned out okay.
Juliet, you can't even taste it that much. You're
No,
lying.
Miho, I mean it. It's delicious.
What do you... Oh! You can taste it?
Juliet nods, taking another bite without bothering to wait this time. She chews slowly, closing her eyes to savor it. Oh, is the meat so uncooked that she can taste the blood in it? When she opens them, I see a tear sparkling in the corner. No, it's... I know what she's doing. And it's that it was made by Miho and made with love. It's, what is it similar to? It was something that I played very recently, where it was like, the meal is better because all of us... Oh, it was in Dawn Trail. The meal is better because all of us are together. That kind of thing. Could it be that due to a physiological reason she cannot taste things? It's due to her vampirism.
The richness of the tomatoes, the saltiness of the meat. It's the best thing I've had in decades, even over a century.
Damn, I love your salty meat. Maybe it's just the way that she cooked it, like undercooking it. Or maybe it's that, like, the meat is exceptionally salty or something.
It's not that good. It's fine though. Next time you should add some salami. That's my favorite.
Do you want some salty meat? Jesus Christ. I mean, I'll take some salty beef ragu. It's better than nothing. Mediocre or not, Lyra finishes her bowl in record speed and then gets to serve herself more.
That's amazing! I wonder why. Didn't do anything that special to it.
I'm not sure either, but I certainly can't complain.
Maybe it was psychological. Add meat ragu to the things you need to cook for you. It wouldn't be the first on my list because I can make or get meat ragu quite easily, but it'll be on the list, sure. But like I said, I'd rather have something like I don't know, blueberry scones or lemon pepper chicken. Juliet also gets seconds and then even thirds. There's only enough for me to have one bowl, but that's fine by me. Seeing the joy on Juliet's face is more rewarding than an extra full belly. Using the edge of her fork and a spoon, she manages to scrape up every last drop. Well, you said physiological, not psychological. So, yeah. Her dish is so spotless, it looks like it'd go right back into the cabinet.
Guess this means I gotta start cooking more often, huh?
Juliet laughs and nods.
I'd like that very, very much.
After months of practicing, the day for the play finally arrives. Our performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Juliet and Lyra will be in the audience, although I know Lyra isn't super excited about it. Aspen will also be there, for both me and for Lena. Even though I explained again and again that I'll just be standing there when I'm on stage, they're just as excited as they were when I first announced that I'd be participating. I'm glad that they'll be there, though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of the cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stay out of the way and help if asked. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on a stage pretty easily. By now, the whole production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out the curtain before it begins and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I even managed to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I head to a corner backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around, checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He still hasn't gotten to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous?
Oh, it's been so long since I've heard your pleasant voice, Lena.
So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like.
Although I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them. You're okay with that? Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though. That's too bad. You're really good at it. I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Amen. Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Good. How about you, Lena?
All zero for lines.
Boss?
Ready, boss.
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho? Right.
For me, that's pretty true. But for Lena,
We should probably go get changed, but first,
scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena. Are you, busy after this?
After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner?
That's our
or
guy.
something?
That's our man, our boy, our dryad. Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes! Let's do that!
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now!
Face red, Lena runs off, with Cyrus and I staring after her.
The dressing room's the other way.
A moment later, Lena zooms past us going in the opposite direction.
It's this way.
She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it? From me, I mean.
Nah, I think weird is like her normal anyway. I
Big
think
true.
she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
See you.
Cyrus leaves and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taking a while to get there, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Lena's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is the start of something between them. I think they'd be good for each other. Eventually, it's time for me to go get ready as well. In the dressing room, I pull on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. On the other side of the curtain, I can hear a low rumble of the crowd talking. As the lights dim, the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up. At the front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile.
Showtime.
We all get into position and the curtain rises. The music begins and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he walks and talks is elegant, like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places, and I even hear a few sniffles during some of the crowd parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted, though. I need to do my best, too. That part's pretty easy, and I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths a nice job to me. I smile in return. The whole 2 hours seems to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe that it's over. One by one, we all go out to take a bow. The applause from audience is like thunder rolling through the theater. You didn't miss this cute part, though. The last ones to return are the three main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising out of their seats to clap. Confetti falls from the rafters as they all look around basking in celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. The three of them link hands to take a bow, and then the rest of us join them in one last time for a final bow altogether. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. When everything is over and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around to try to find them, but I can't. Finally, the sound of a door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of a hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at the door of the outside as about to step out together. I'd say they've earned the right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're gonna be just fine. It's pretty much the last major plot line. The moon sits high in the sky as Juliet and I make our way through the quiet streets, hand in hand, except for Aspen's blowing. Lyra fast asleep at home. This is the first time we spent together with just the two of us since we got back from the edge of the world. We catch a shuttle to the nature preserve, the same place I boarded it last time, and just like our shuttle to the edge, it's almost devoid of other passengers. The preserve is open at all hours to give nocturnal fabled like Juliet the opportunity to come visit, but I don't expect it to be nearly as busy as when I went there. Sure enough, we're practically alone as we enter, having the whole area to ourselves.
It's just as beautiful as I remember.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
We meander through the lush, sprawling forest before ending up back near the calm river. Juliet and I point out nesting birds and skittering lizards as we see them. It's a much different atmosphere than when I was here in the daytime, but not in a bad way. Just quieter and more relaxed.
I'm glad we can go out like this. It's been a while, huh?
Yes, it has. It's been hectic having another mouth to feed and look after.
For sure. I don't really mind it, though.
Nor do I.
We come to a stop near the water, not far from the covered sitting area. I can see my reflection staring back at me, but it looks like I'm alone. Although she's right there beside me, Juliet has no reflection to speak of, like usual. Like her ability to taste some food, I wonder if that'll come back someday.
It's been fun having Lyra around, even though it's only been a couple days. I like being able to help her out.
I know she's appreciative of it too, even if she has trouble expressing that sometimes.
Yeah, I don't blame her for that. I know what it's like.
Whether it's cooking her dinner, or setting up the TV, or just checking on her at night, Lyra's presence has given me a sense of purpose that I didn't have before. She's shown that she's capable of taking care of herself, but she's still choosing to rely on Juliet and me. I keep thinking of that hopeful blue glow that Inby described. If Inby has seen me back when I first came to the library, I probably would have had that same color surrounding me. Tonight, Lyra went to bed without needing any reassurances that her time at the library is limited, and she even complimented the meal that Juliet prepared for dinner. Just like I did, she's settling into a routine.
What are we gonna do about her?
I ask quietly. Juliet doesn't answer at first. I know that she heard me. She's probably thinking about it too. The answer seems obvious, of course, but also huge. Life-changing. For more than one life.
I want her to stay. I know what that means. At least, I kind of do. You would know better than me, since you've been through it before. But I don't want to tell her she has to leave someday. Not when I know she doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Yes, that is true. But clearly they took it more as any reflection than this, even though it's mirrors, technically.
I don't know what usually happens to kids without a family. But if I was her, I wouldn't trust some stranger who told me what I had to do, where I have to live. And one thing I do know is how hard it is to be alone in the world, with no one you can talk to or trust. I don't want anyone to feel that way, not if I can help it.
I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder and she puts her arm around me. The sheer amount of responsibility that I'm suggesting we take on is overwhelming. I don't know anything about taking care of a kid. I didn't even know how to properly take care of myself until recently. There's so much I'm only vaguely aware of. School, clothes, chores. I never had a childhood or grew up in the normal sense of the word. But none of that matters. What's important is that Lyra's here, and her future is in our hands. Everything I've learned since coming to Wellington, all the ways I've grown, they all point towards this being the right decision. Because beside me, I feel Juliet slowly nod.
In the end, it's not our choice to make. What's most important is what she wants. It's a cruel fate that dealt her this hand in the first place. Someone so young shouldn't have to make such a huge decision.
She said something very similar earlier.
But we can only play with the cards we're given. If
But
being
her
with us is
sadness.
what Lyra wants, then I would be happy to oblige. The road will be long and difficult. There will be tears and frustrations on both sides, I'm sure. And I'm sure it will take some time before she can fully trust and accept us, as it should. But I know there will also be smiles and joy.
Oh,
Little things and big things that make the difficulties worth enduring. If that's something that she's prepared for, as much as she can be, and that you're prepared for too, Miho, then I want her to stay as well.
I lift my head to look around. All around us are the reminders of many lives, big and small. From the chirping crickets and the croaking frogs to the other park visitors who pass us by. All of them, all of us, exist together here under the same moon, breathing the same air. I used to take these connections for granted, just like I did my everyday existence. It's not just what I've gained since then, but also what I've lost. It makes me pause and silently reflect. Tongi, my person, who never, ever forgot me. Aspen and Juliet, who opened up their hearts and lives to accept me. Even Unbi, who eventually came to trust me. They all made me who I am. I'm fortunate to have had them in my life. Can I be that for someone else? Can I help someone grow the same way? The one thing that all those people have in common is that they all took a chance on me. If you change your mind, and I took a chance on them. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that all the best things in life come with risk and uncertainty. This decision, as big as it may be, isn't any different. Turning to look in Juliet's eyes, I nod.
Yeah, I'm prepared.
Her gentle warmth engulfs me as her arms pull me into an embrace.
Then we'll speak with her tomorrow.
Juliet and I ended up getting home pretty late from the nature preserve, and so the next morning, I chose to sleep in a bit longer than usual. And when I finally climb out of bed, I go check up on Lyra. Got some advertisement that means it's time for me to sit. There's a similar scene with Aspen, but not the same one. And I don't know. It's really good that in both playthroughs you have a moment very similar like that, where you get the moment to reflect on just how far they've come overall. Although her bed is messy and unmade, she's nowhere to be seen. She must have already gotten up and gone downstairs. Yawning, I make my way to the kitchen, expecting to see her and Juliet. But when I see who's waiting there instead, I blink with surprise.
Aspen!
Ah, Miho, good morning.
It's been forever since you've been here.
It's only been a few weeks.
Like I said, forever.
Forever.
It does feel that way, I admit. Sorry I haven't been able to chat much lately.
It's fine. I know you're busy.
Yo, Aspen better get hooked up with somebody in this playthrough. Although Aspen and I still check in every morning, just so she doesn't forget me, we never talk for long. In fact, most of our conversations are pretty much saying hello and then almost immediately saying goodbye. I haven't even gotten the chance to tell her about everything that's been happening the past few days.
Have you been?
Oh, same as ever. These past couple weeks I've been working hard on some edits to my manuscript that a publisher requested. It's been tough, but I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's good that in this playthrough, she seems a lot more satisfied with her lot, even if she's turning down a promotion.
That's great! So they're gonna publish your book?
It's still too early to say, but
She cracks a smile.
I'm optimistic at least. What about you? I expected Juliet to be around by now, but I haven't seen her.
See the dark circles? I mean, yeah, but she seems like she's doing better in this playthrough than she was previously. In her playthrough.
She might be asleep. We were out kind of late last night.
Oh! I take it that means things are going better between you two then.
Yeah, your advice helped a lot. Things have been really good, actually.
I'm so glad to hear it.
The whole time we're talking, Aspen is also turning this way and that in her chair, like she's searching for something.
What are you looking for?
I don't know what happened to my pen. I swear I just had it with me, but now I can't find it.
Maybe you
Little
dropped it on the
thief.
floor?
Maybe. It's not a big deal, though. I have extras.
Her purse is dangling from her chair, and she pulls it into her lap to dig around. When she does, she frowns.
What now?
My notebook is missing too. There's no way that fell out on its own.
Aspen stands up, pacing back and forth between her seat and the entrance to the kitchen, peering down the room towards the front door. While she's out of her seat, I watch her hand mirror float up out of her bag and disappear around the corner. I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing as I realize what's going on. Looking frustrated, Aspen returns and sits back down.
How odd.
Taking a peek into her purse again, Aspen suddenly looks up and glares at me.
Did you do this?
Do what?
My mirror. I'm certain it was just here. I just saw it and set it aside.
This damn kid.
I didn't touch it. I swear.
Then who did?
As
fun as it is to watch Aspen get flustered, I don't want her to get genuinely upset. I look over in the direction where I saw her mirror vanish.
Alright, Lyra. That's enough.
Lyra suddenly pops into view right next to me, instead of where she disappeared. She has a notebook and pen in one hand and the mirror in the other.
Why'd you ruin it? I was gonna get her whole bag next.
Across from me, Aspen stares in shock, her mouth moving but unable to actually form any sentences.
Wait. Who? Huh?
Aspen, meet Lyra. Lyra, meet Aspen. She's not a wolf. Don't worry.
Lyra rolls her eyes at me.
Duh, I can tell.
After blinking a few times, Aspen manages to get herself somewhat under control.
It's nice to meet you, Lyra.
You know, what if Aspen was a werewolf? What do we get to see the Gala and Hyde interaction here? From the way she stares at me, even when talking to the kid, I can tell Aspen wants an explanation.
Do you live here too?
I don't. Why do you ask?
You act like it.
I can't help but snort with laughter. Aspen, meanwhile, seems like she can tell if should be offended or not. Having had my fun, I decide to help her out.
Lyra's staying at the library for a while. We met her a couple days ago.
I see. Juliet sure does love her strays. Lyra, may I please have my things back?
Fine.
Stopping over to where Aspen's sitting, Lyra returns her belongings.
So you're able to use magic too, I see.
Uh-huh. Can you?
Unfortunately not. I wish I could.
Just to show off, Lyra disappears again. Aspen instinctively clutches her purse tightly.
How long are you able to stay invisible?
Reappearing, Lyra shrugs.
I have to hold my breath.
Oh, that
Oh.
explains it.
Yeah, please don't stay invisible for a long period of time. I thought she always puffed out her cheeks for dramatic effect, but if it's part of her magic, then that makes more sense. Looking smug, Lyra sits down in the last empty seat at the table.
When's breakfast?
Dunno. Juliet's still asleep. I can start making us something though.
I can wait. Juliet's cooking is better.
This time it's Aspen who tries to stay full laugh.
She doesn't mince words, does she?
At least she's honest, I guess. I'm gonna cook anyway. Even I can't mess up eggs and toast that much.
I conveniently choose to leave out the results from last time I made them. I have more experience now, so it should go better. Once again, Juliet turns up while I'm halfway through cooking.
Good morning, everyone. My, what a crowded kitchen we have today.
Morning! The food will be ready soon.
This time, I'm keeping a close eye on the eggs to make sure they don't overcook, and on the toast to make sure it cooks enough. While I do that, Juliet goes and retrieves another chair from somewhere so that we all have a place to sit. When everything looks right, I dish it up and serve it. Aspen and Lyra eat without any complaints, which I take to mean it's good enough. But it's Juliet's reaction that I'm most curious about. I watch intently as she prepares a careful bite, chewing thoughtfully. Then her face lights up.
It tastes wonderful.
Awesome!
I'd happily cook every morning if it makes her smile like that every time. Too sweet for me. When breakfast is over, Juliet stands up to get everyone's attention.
Aspen, Miho, I was wondering if I might be able to enlist your help for the day. Since the library is closed for the weekend, I thought it might be a good opportunity to give this place a thorough cleaning. It's been ages since it's had a good dusting, and some of the spare rooms could stand to be emptied out.
Sure, I don't mind. I could certainly use the exercise.
Yeah, of course I'll help.
Thank you.
What about me? I can help too.
Well...
She and I look at each other and give a tiny nod. You feel a sad moment coming? Yeah. We didn't plan out how to have this conversation with Lyra, but now seems like as good a time as any. Aspen must notice our silent exchange because she stands up.
I'll go straighten up the books first, before we start on the rest of the house. Just give me a call if you need me.
We will. Thank you.
Once Aspen leaves, Juliet takes a seat, scooting her chair closer to Lyra and me. From the way the kid starts to fidget, I get the impression that we're making her nervous.
Lyra, there was something that Miho and I wanted to ask you. Something very important.
Will you be our
You
child?
wanna live here with us?
I decide to just cut to the chase, rather than stretch out the amount of time that Lyra has to worry about what we're going to say. Flyleaf, by the way, is one of my favorites. She stops fidgeting immediately, looking confused.
What do you mean? I already do.
Yes, but in a permanent sense. Not just for a few nights, but...
This would be your home.
Oh,
For a bit, none of us talk. Under the table, I seek out Juliet's hand, and I'm surprised to find that it's shaking Lyra's. It's shaking. Lyra chews her lip and bites her thumb, staring at the floor.
Of course, if you don't want to, then we fully understand. Both of us will do everything we can to help you find somewhere that you do want to be.
Yeah. We won't make you go back to the people you ran away from or anything like that.
Even though we've already promised her that, it feels like it bears repeating.
if I do, then what would we be?
In what sense?
Like...
She struggles to find the kind of words to phrase her question, but I think I know what she means. It's kind of like when Juliet and I began our relationship, and I didn't know what to call it.
We'd be family.
Family. Finally, Lyra looks up at both of us. I squeeze Juliet's hand and she squeezes back, still shaky.
Okay. I like that.
I can feel the tension drain out of Juliet's hand as she relaxes, laughing with relief. Even as my heart pounds, I can feel myself grinning too. And across from us, for the first time ever, I see Lyra's face light up with a real, genuine smile. One that she doesn't bother to hide or force away. I don't have to be silver to see the hope she feels right now. I felt it myself not so long ago. Don't mind me. Don't mind me wiping my eyes. This time, I get to be the one to say the words Juliet said to me back then.
In that case, welcome home.
Leaping to her feet, Lyra scurries over with her arms outstretched. Juliet and I both catch her in a hug, the three of us wrapping our arms around each other. Somehow, out of the three of us, Lyra's the only one without any tears in her eyes.
You'll never have to be alone again.
Together, Lyra and I both nod. The three of us separate and Juliet laughs as she wipes her face.
Well, shall we go give Aspen a hand?
Yeah.
We find Aspen up near the front, idly wiping down some of the display case with a rag. She turns around to face us and I see her sizing up all the details at once. Our tears, Lyra's hand in Juliet's, and her newfound smile. I can tell she understands.
Congratulations, all of you.
Aspen, Juliet, and I organize and scrub the downstairs area from top to bottom. Lyra runs back and forth between us, bringing cleaners and rags and whatever else someone asks for. Once we're finished, we move upstairs, skipping over my room and Juliet's study. Instead, we stopped at the storage room where I found the fish tank from the elemental, and where Juliet got my TV. She flicks on the lights, illuminating the boxes stuffed with toys and clothes, and even a couple of books. All of these used to be Cosette's things. They've just sat here untouched for years. I put a hand on her shoulder, while both Lyra and Aspen wait uncertainly by the door. Juliet strolls through the room, peering into several boxes. Sometimes she retrieves a toy like a plastic horse or stuffed doll, and gazes at it fondly, but then she puts them back. I follow her in, and hesitantly, Lyra follows behind me. More cute moments. Juliet kneels down to match Lyra's eye level, gently reaching out to clasp her hands.
Lyra, feel free to keep anything here that strikes your fancy.
Thank you
We'll
for the
donate the
headphones.
rest to others who may want them.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm certain. Cosette wouldn't have wanted her treasures to sit in the dark and waste away unappreciated. I was only doing that for myself. No. What she would have wanted is for them to bring smiles and happiness to others, like they brought to her.
Yeah, it's, Juliet is... I won't say moving on, because you never really truly move on. But she's letting herself live, essentially. She's letting herself not be guided by her own grief.
Passing them down is the best way I can honor her memory.
I'll take good care of them. Promise.
Juliet pats her on the head.
I know you will.
It takes all day, but together we manage to comb through everything in the rooms. Aspen sweeps and dusts, while the rest of us sort out all the belongings. In the end, Lyra only picks a few toys and clothes for herself. The rest are packed neatly into boxes that Juliet and I haul downstairs, to be picked up by a charity group later. We go room by room, cleaning up until we reach the last one, Lyra's room. All of us help her carry her chosen toys in, setting them up on a shelf in the toy box. Aspen and Juliet swap out the bed sheets and the curtains, and take care of all the dust. We also rearrange the furniture just to give it a new look. There are a few things that Juliet takes with her too. Photographs and a journal, and other personal belongings. She takes those into her study, giving them a place of honor by her desk, where they'll never be out of sight, but also where they're surrounded by the records and lives of others who came before, people who might have known her. Juliet puts a smiling framed picture of Cosette on the shelf, facing towards the door. In the photo, Cosette is laughing and winking, even as she's walking away from the camera. I have to say, she looks right at home too. plop down on the bed, spreading my arms out. It's not my own bed for once, but Juliet's.
You worked very hard today. You deserve to be exhausted.
Not as hard as you. You carried most of those boxes.
We both put in a lot of effort.
She lays down next to me. Without a window, it's darker in Juliet's room than it is in mine. I can count on one hand the number of times I've been in here. I let out a yawn. Aspen went home hours ago and Lyra went to bed not long after. It'll be my turn soon.
You should get some rest, dear.
I will. First, I have to get the energy to go back to my room.
Me too.
Do you?
Do you? Perfect answer, Juliet.
What do you mean?
There's certainly room for two here.
Rolling onto my side to face her, I laugh.
Yeah, I guess so. You must be worn out too. You stayed up all day, didn't you?
Yes. I wanted to spend it with the three of you.
I'm glad.
I yawn again, and this time it's Juliet who laughs.
Sleep, my love. I'll see you in the morning.
She doesn't have to tell me twice. Not even bothering to fight my heavy eyes from closing. I just nod.
Good night.
The sky collapses into the ocean, splashing me with 1,000 shades of blue. Clouds drift through the water, and fish swim through the sky. I'm alone, but I'm not alone. Although there's no one at my side, I can feel the warm presence of my loved ones in my heart. With each step I take, sky water ripples in every direction. The expanse goes on forever, above, below, and around me. I look down at my hands and feet and my reflection beneath me. Yellow eyes framed by dark fur look back, the fox's paws moving in time with my footsteps. She's me and I'm her. I know this, so why are we separated like this? Together we move forward, and it's impossible to see what's beyond the horizon. Just more and more blue. Then, far ahead, something floating along the current catches my eye, and I run to it. It's a piece of paper rolled up tightly. Something stirs in my soul, as one of the people I hold dear in there smiles in recognition. Gently I unfurl the scroll, but as soon as I do, the words written there melt away, pouring off the edge and into the water at my feet. I look down to see the ink pooling beneath my feet, and the fox's paws. I take a deep breath, then kneel down. My hand hovers just inches from the surface. A single paw waits on the other side as the fox's eyes look into mine. Mustering all my courage, I plunge my hand down into the swirling ink and rippling water, reaching for my other self. With a gasp, I bolt upright in bed, breathing heavily. My palms and neck are slick with sweat, and my heart races like I just ran a marathon. Daylight blinds me, and I hold one arm to shield myself from it, but it doesn't help. As I'm aware of other sensations, and like the unfamiliar bed I'm in, the warmth of someone beside me, I remember where I am. Juliet's room, not my room. Usually my dreams fall away as soon as I wake up, but the one I just had remains vivid in my mind. The endless blue lingers in my thoughts, a crystal clear memory.
Miho?
I can hear Juliet sit up on the other side of the bed, still partially hidden in shadow. As I blink to get my bearings, I realize that it's not daylight that's blinding me. It's my bead. As bright as a full moon, it rests against my chest. In its glow, I can see a third person illuminated between Juliet and me. Lyra is fast asleep, somehow unbothered. She's flat on her back, her hands clutching a blanket. I cut my hands and lift them to cover my bead, while the light still pours out from between my fingers. The moment my palms brush against it, a shiver runs down my spine. The ocean from my dream fills my thoughts, even as I'm aware of what's around me. As the feeling dissipates, I'm left with a sensation of total calmness. My eyes aren't bothered by the light. I don't feel hot under the blankets with Lyra pressed against me. The dampness of my hair is gone. I look over and see Juliet in the darkness. Though sleepiness still tugs at her eyes, I can tell that she's wide awake now. With one hand I remove my necklace. One by one I slide off the other beads until I get to the one that matters. I let it fall into my hand. The only sensation I'm aware of is resting there, tiny cracks covered all over. I close my fingers around it, hiding some more of the glow. Sensing Juliet rather than seeing her, I whisper into the dark.
It's time.
I don't know if we have that much time left. I think we're about to end the game right here, so I might as well continue. I stand up and I feel the bed shake as Juliet stands up as well. We go into the hallway together, carefully shutting the door behind us. From the hallway window, I can see that it's early morning, just around sunrise. I curl my fingers again, letting the brilliant light illuminate the hall. Juliet and I both look at it, and then she meets my eyes. Strangely, I don't feel any nervousness.
Let's go down to the beach.
The ocean here isn't quite the same as the one in my mind. It's rougher and dotted with boats. The shouts of fishermen handling the morning's catch drift over from the boardwalk. The noisy drone of a landing airship buzzes over them. Juliet and I standing on a reach of the tide, not far from where I first confessed my feelings to her. Her parasol blocks the early morning sun as we face each other. Out here, the light from my bead isn't so pronounced, but it hasn't gotten any dimmer, though. A noisy awareness hums in the back of my mind, like a radio not quite tuned to a station. It's impatient. I'm impatient. I lock eyes with Juliet. Neither of us say anything. Neither of us needs to. She just nods, encouraging me. I turn towards the sea. Slowly, I bring the bead to my lips. As it gets closer, the humming in my head gets louder, and the ocean in my mind feels like it might break free into reality. Then the moment the bead touches my tongue, it melts away like candy, and the humming sound stops. The ocean recedes. Closing my eyes, I feel the magic spread throughout my body. It's like a wind inside me that I inhale, filling my lungs. Not just my lungs, my heart, my mind, and everything else. That breeze ripples across my skin from the inside, flexing my fingers and curling my toes. It moves to fill every part of me, this magic I was born to inherit. It drifts across my memories, making the colors more vivid and filling in details I'd forgotten. The springtime green of the trees of the forest, the agony of my injured leg, the bitter cold of being caught in a storm, the softness of my first night in my own bed. I do feel my body change as one tail splits into 9, unfurling behind me like Juliet's parasol. I understand in these words now, but she teased me for not figuring it out. Swallowing my bead hasn't made me into a different person. What it wanted was only ever what I wanted. The pain of loss and the comfort of love. Happiness. I've experienced these and so many other things for myself already. My bead hasn't ever known anything that I didn't know. It's only been an extension of me. And what I know is that I haven't reached the end of my journey, just another step in it. I still have to strive for those things that I want. To be happy. To be in love. They aren't destinations either. They're pathways themselves that I have to strive to follow, to stay on. Tunnel. Sky fox. Forming the sky and sea appear to stretch out forever, meeting at the edge of existence. Though separate, they match each other in their vastness. Both are as hopeful as the blue as I've ever seen.
Miho.
Look, she's got many tails now. Juliet says my name like a statement, not a question, confirming that I'm still here in front of her. I'm still me.
Juliet.
Still, it seems fitting that my first word as the new me should be her name.
How do you feel?
I take a moment to assess that. Being a fox feels different from being in my other form, but this feels like a mixture of both. Scent of the ocean, fish salt and more stronger in my nose. Among the chaotic noise of the fishermen and the other city bustle, I'm able to pick out individual voices and focus on individual sounds. Each grain of sand on the beach stands out, so numerous, If I look at them too long, my eyes start to hurt. In the same way, I can notice each thread of Juliet's shirt, each splinter in the nearby boardwalk, each bubble of the rising tide.
Different, but the same. I can notice more of everything around me, but I don't feel that different on the inside.
Look, the use of the main menu theme, that jabbed me. Okay.
I'm still just Miho.
Good. I would hope for nothing else.
I take a few steps, getting used to the feelings of having more tails. Although they're heavier, moving them comes as naturally as moving just one did. They fan out behind me, the only evidence of the change I just underwent. Look at all them. That and the missing necklace around my throat.
Do I seem any different to you?
Not at a glance. Is it what you'd expected?
I don't know if I was expecting anything in particular. I said that to Inbi, and she just laughed at me. But I get it now. My bead didn't change me. I've changed myself. I think maybe that's why Inbi isn't quite ready yet. But I'm sure she will be soon. I think she's on the right track now.
Juliet gazed at me with admiration in her eyes. There was a time where that would be kind of embarrassing because I didn't know what she was seeing in me. Now, having made peace with who I am, I feel like I can stand a little taller.
Do you remember what you said once, back when we first met? I believe it was one of the first times we had breakfast together. You said that you wanted to learn how to be a person.
I'd say I accomplished that.
As would I. But you helped me do the same. Unbi as well. And I'm sure there's much that Lyra will learn from you in time. Unbi was right in that regard. The capacity to change. Not just yourself, but the others in your life has always been within you.
Yeah. I guess my bead was just trying to show me that all along. Now that it's gone, I wonder if it means people will be able to remember me normally. If not...
Then it'll be another trial. Another goal to work towards. Another challenge to overcome. Somehow, the thought of that isn't so scary anymore. Because I know that I can rely on myself, and on my loved ones, and that things will turn out okay. I smile.
If not, then I'll keep trying to find a way.
Damn it, Az.
I'm pretty good at that after all.
Somehow you always do.
It's okay, they didn't interrupt the important part. The sun is getting higher, and Juliet repositions her parasol to block it out. It feels luxuriously warm in my tails, but I know Juliet can't be comfortable.
You should go back to the library without me. I'll be home soon, but I want to walk around a bit first.
All right. It's probably best if Lyra doesn't wake up to an empty house. I'll see you again soon then.
Before she goes, we embrace each other for a kiss. Her lips feel even softer than usual, and her hand, as it holds mine for a moment, is gentler. We step apart, sharing a smile, and I wave goodbye as Juliet starts making her way back home. I head to the skyport myself. It's busy when I get there. The airship that I heard land not long ago has let its passengers off, and they flow through the security lines and into the freedom of the city. I stop outside the doors where I said goodbye to Invi, although I don't plan to go inside. Instead, I turn around and start walking towards town, following a zigzag path that takes me along roads and alleyways. It's been months since I arrived, but I can still remember every twist and turn I took as I ran from the security guard. Some of those streets I've walked down several times since, and some of them I only passed through that time. The welcoming colors of Cuba Street guide me towards the heart of Wellington. Along the way, I pass the Bell House, pausing us outside of it. It's early enough that the inside is still dark, except for a couple lights in the kitchen. Even Aspen isn't here this early. In the glass window, I can see my own reflection. I half expect to find a fox staring back at me, but not this time. Like I said to Juliet, I'm still just Miho. From the Bell House door, I make a sharp turn and go back to where I came from. On my way to Mount Victoria, I pass by the road to the library, but don't quite go down it, of course. I'm not quite ready to go home yet. I'm sure Juliet is waiting for me there in Lyra too if she's awake. I wonder what she'll have to say about my new tales. Keep walking, as soon the rising slope of Mount Victoria comes into view. Climbing up the mountain is pretty much automatic, since I can remember every curve and incline in the trail before it happens. Although I pass a few people who are also on their way up, and also some heading down from the top, I'm all alone when I reach the summit. Just for a moment, I know, but a moment is enough. Up here, the skyport doesn't look very big, and the path I just took doesn't seem very far. Yet in a sense, it took me months to walk it. I'm sure I'll come up here many more times in the future. There are so many places I want to go and visit things I want to see. But I know that I'll never get tired of this view. The people and places I care about are all within my reach. For me, everything comes back to this spot. When I stood up here for the first time, I couldn't have known the journey that was about to begin for me. That's why I can't help but feel excited as I gaze out to the city I've come to love. So many things are changing, but for once that isn't scary. The future is uncertain, but that just means it's full of opportunities, potential. I'm done with letting life just happen to me. From now on, I intend to make it what I want. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest, and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here.
Still gets me every time. Josh Kaplan, why do you have to do that to me every single time? God damn. There is a post scene. Sorry, I'm fanning myself. Yeah, see, Josh Kaplan is a scenario writer, but Ada Rosa is the director at Beers. Oh, the pressed flowers. The Aspen Route. That's actually kind of true, that they'll be young till they die. Wait a second. Miho's voice actor sings his final song. It's Dotavu. That's what I just said. God. Miho's voice actor. Top tier. Okay. I'm almost done crying. I promise. Loving our dear friend Pentai. I forgot these. I had all the Juliet bits. All the dancing. Don't hurt me like this. Please be happy. Is my character still crying? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm okay. For what must be the 100th time, Aspen has Juliet show her around the library. A list of every single chore that needs to be taken care of while we're away. Our trip will only last a few weeks, but Aspen seems to be preparing for us to be gone for a year. Juliet humors her, of course, walking through her everything just as patiently as the first time she explained. It was not the same laugh, by the way, that I got. You heard when I got the Dragon Warhammer drop, was that the same laugh that I just did? Because that it feels like it was. Yes, it was the same maniacal laughter. Okay, perfect. To keep herself busy, Lyra checks and double-checks her bag, making sure she has all the books and games she'll need for the trip. I told her that there's plenty to do in Korea, and that she doesn't need to bring everything she owns, but she doesn't want to spend a single moment bored when we travel. From the way she's pacing around, I can tell she might be the most eager of us all to get going. No, please don't clip my maniacal laughter. Compared to Lyra, Juliet and I have both packed light. We have the essentials like clothes and all that, and a couple books apiece. But that's it. I want to make sure I have plenty of free space to bring back souvenirs. While we wait for Juliet, I'm surprised to realize that I'm a little antsy. This will be the first time I've left New Zealand since I arrived here. Traveling used to be a second nature to me, but now it's something I have to remember how to do. At least I'm not the only one. It's been even longer since Juliet left, and Lyra's first time out of the country. It's been nearly 5 years since people stopped forgetting about me, but somehow it's taken us this long to go on a vacation. Since Aspen is finally confident she's not going to accidentally burn the library down when she's taking care of it, Juliet comes and finds me in the foyer.
I think that's everything. The library will be in good hands.
There's no one I trust more to look after it than Aspen.
I don't really know why I started laughing, but my breath was shuddering so much in such it's such a painful way for me to listen to that I just started cracking up at it. I was shaking when I laughed like that, and I was fucking something about that just made me crack up.
Agreed. I take it you're ready to go.
I think I broke emotionally.
Yep. I think Lyra might explode if we don't head out soon.
That would be a shame, since this trip is for her birthday after all.
Yeah, you heard the sound of me emotionally short-circuiting.
I'm gonna be 5 years older by the time we finally leave.
Oh my god. Still, she comes in with Juliet and beckons for a hug, and before we depart, we've both set our bags on the floor, and Juliet leans down to embrace us.
We don't want that now, do we? Are you all set as well, Lyra?
Wait, no, sorry, I just lost my ability to speak for a second. Miho is dressed like Manaria. And I'm in love with a villain. You see that? Manaria? I always said Manaria because that's how they pronounce it.
Yep.
Oh, and Lyra's 10 or 11 years old now?
Then, let's be off.
Damn, she's really embracing the vampire look with this thing. Holy shit. Grabbing her stuff, Lyra practically zooms at the door like she's going to get on the airship without us. Juliet and I go out at a more leisurely pace, taking one last look around to make sure we haven't forgotten anything. We haven't. Didn't forget the kiss. She kisses me, fingers interlacing with mine as I prepare for my two worlds to finally merge. The forest and country that I come from, and the people I care about most. It feels like coming full circle. My heart pounds with anticipation as we finally head out the door. I'm excited for them to experience the places that made me who I am.
I can't wait for you to see what Korea is like.
I can't wait for you to show me.
Juliet, comfy ending. Also, who doesn't want to have a girlfriend that's like 6 inches shorter than you with fox ears and 9 tails? Like, who doesn't want that? I'm not crying, you're crying. Let me see if there's anybody playing Please Be Happy right now. What are your thoughts, everybody? What's everybody's thoughts on the Juliet ending? Thank you for the head pats. What's everybody's thoughts? She needs head pats. I do need head pats. I'm a broken woman. Absolutely broken. It's extremely melancholic. Oh my god, it's very difficult to get through, man. It's not easy. But also, it's got some really high highs, in my opinion. No point. There's nobody playing Valhalla right now. Oh my god. There's also nobody playing Please Be Happy. There's nobody playing Highway Blossoms right now. Let's see if there's any other studio elements here. Heart of the Woods? Heart of the Woods. Nope, nobody playing Heart of the Woods. At least nobody that they want to show me. Okay, what about National Park Girls? Because I'll be playing National Park Girls at some point around here. Nobody playing National Park. Aspen's good, man. Ain't nothing I can say. Like, Aspen's is... It's good all the way through, but Juliet's has this, like, extra layer of depth that's just, like... It's torturous at certain points. But it's interesting, and it really, like... It really hammers home the themes of grief that they express in this. Themes of grief and moving on. Yeah, hers was written further. It makes sense. Honestly, I mean, I thought Aspen. I enjoyed Aspen's more, but I also enjoyed Juliet's like almost as much. It's really splitting hairs, you know. I think I enjoy Aspen's more because it's a little bit comfier. And it focuses more on the humanity of it. But Juliet's is still very powerful, and it really hones in on those central themes, like I've said. It does a wonderful job with those. And, I mean, oh, what about Coffee Talk? I could try Coffee Talk here. Is there anybody who played Coffee Talk? Turn off the following part. There we go. But you, okay. I'll learn Spanish. What about Coffee Talk 2? Oh, I checked Valhalla. Is somebody in there now? No, there's nobody in Valhalla right now. We picked up this variant, the unrelenting kindness struck me in a way that... Yeah. Halbane Renmil, interesting. Halbane Renmai. Oh. I've never watched that one, but it seems like Ralph has some experience with that one there. But to me, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I wish that the person I wanted to rate it right now wasn't a Spanish only channel. Otherwise, that's okay. We'll raid Lily Blue, I think, from the other night. Lily Blue was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed her a lot. You loved it? Is that something that you think I should watch sometime soon? It was the first anime that hurt me emotionally. I think all good anime should hurt you emotionally. I mean, the first anime that made me fucking bawl crying was The Magical Revolution. It's good to recommend, not just yeah. Ralph, send me that in DM so I don't forget it. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna send you guys to Lily. She's doing a very cute looking 2D platformer. And you'll give her some love. I was really happy to get this done tonight. So Friday I was gonna do both routes. Look, it was hard not to do the other routes. Like, I knew there was so much waiting for me if I did the Juliet route. And I was gonna do it off stream, but then I was like, you know what? We're sending it. I'm gonna do it again. And we'll be doing the Highway Blossoms DLC on Friday. Make sure you're here for that. Tomorrow, we'll be finishing, most likely, FF10. If we finish early, we'll go into FF8 because finally somebody broke the tie on that poll in my YouTube channel. And we're going to be playing FF8 next. Get ready for Magical Academy with weird futuristic shit and a protagonist who is an absolute fucking jackass that I want to punch in the face, and a teacher that we all want to bang. So be ready for that tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys over to Lily Blue, and have a good rest of your night. Thank you for joining me all today. I'll see you later.